I mean, we're live, but
Mhm,
before we
mhm.
go live, I mean, let's just call it what it is. Hey, we can't do it like that. Like, hold on, man. We gotta
Oh
we
boy,
put the back
Ramsey.
we put the background like that look weird. How do we do? Maybe we put the overlay
Oh,
and then
D-Lo, KC, ESPN 1320, biggest boss. It's the hottest thing going down right now.
go.
come on, man. Let's go. Hold on, man. Hold on.
We
Hold on,
play
man.
that thing out.
Am I tripping? Is that a black McQueen bottle? Or is it just super clear
No,
and it's a
I
back
think it was.
background?
Yeah, I think it was
That's,
the background.
that's what I thought too. But I looked at I ain't gonna lie, I looked at it about 2 or 3 times. Like, what? I'm the biggest boss. White on white, G4 hitter get lost.
Black Bottles approves of the opening. Come on, man. Come on,
Black
man.
bottles, come on, man. Good luck. You see me out here, man. I had to get the hoodie one time because I just love the logos on the sleeve.
Oh,
man.
that is nasty.
Yeah, the logos all
Oh,
on the sleeve.
that is
And I got
bad right
one
there.
more time to wear this thing for a couple.
It makes me want to go put on my Bel Air jacket so I'm not left out. About to go
Yeah,
put my black.
I got this fan going at full speed right now.
Yeah, it's
You
the
know what I'm
last hoodie
saying?
day. Yeah.
Last hoodie day, unless I go to the Bay Area at some point, then you can wear it.
Yeah, man. He looked nice.
Shout out Brett. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shout out Brett.
I guess. I guess they don't make them in my size. What's up, Mrs. Mac 10? Oh man, I mean, Kenny, hey, you gotta be around to get the words.
You know?
This I always knew Ramsey was psychotic, but this is psycho behavior.
I ain't gonna lie. I feel where Ramsey coming from.
I messed around with sleeveless D-Lo and KC joints. Yeah.
Like tank top, like Pat
Yeah,
McAfee.
yeah. No, we can make Pat McAfee joints, but like straight like t-shirt sleeveless ones.
Oh,
I didn't like the way that I didn't like the way it came out.
yeah. Unless I mean, we could work out in that though.
Just cut the just cut the tri blend off. It'd be perfect. What's good, baby? Happy Tuesday. Welcome in here to the April 5th edition of D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We self-made here. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we have got a day for you as the Sacramento Kings will play their final game at the Golden One Center of the season tonight. Thank God. Get this over with, get into next week, get into the offseason, and get to making this team better. We'll get to that here shortly. We'll talk a lot of Kings basketball today. The professor, the culture writer over at The Athletic, Jason Jones, will be with us in the final hour. We'll talk to him about some Kings stuff. We'll talk to him about some NBA stuff, and we'll talk to you about a hell of a national championship game that we didn't get to watch live. No, we didn't. It's a whole different experience watching the game the next morning when you know exactly what's going to happen and what you're going to be looking for. But we had an ESPN dinner last night. I think our first one ever.
Yeah.
And we were all in the moment, hanging out, talking with our people. No big news. Just talking, hanging out,
campaigning.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. And everybody telling KC how great he is, how great Jesse is, how great Charlie is. That's pretty much how the whole meeting went. And then we see the score, we see halftime, like because the phones are away. We kind of like take a peek, like, oh. North Carolina's up 15, and I'm told y'all.
Yeah, he did hit us with. I tried to tell him.
They don't listen to me. Put the phones back away. Get back immersed in the conversations. Little McQueen, little this, little that, and then Jesse whispers to me, "I think we're missing one of the greatest games of all time." I was like, wait, what? How did that happen? And sure enough, Kansas had made that comeback, and
man,
we did pull the phones out, pull the apps out, and try to watch like the last minute around the table. But it was definitely not as fun watching this morning as North Carolina built that lead, and I'm just shaking my head. Damn shame. That's a damn shame.
I don't know what's coming.
Y'all played so well in this first half. Y'all just don't know what is about to happen to you.
Man.
But I do. And it was I feel like you can watch the game with a little more clarity though, because again, we hear things, we read things, listen to Sports Center and analysis and all of that stuff. So you can see things a little bit differently when you don't get to see it live, but you watch it later. Obviously, you no emotion at all. Like you can't get wrapped up in the game.
Sitting there looking like what's like Stephen A. The Stephen A. meme. That's how you
exactly. Yeah, exactly. But hey, you've been on it for a chunk of the tournament. Hell of a job by Kansas yesterday, and hell of a season that they had for Bill Self and that crew there.
Big ups to Bill Self. They did what I wasn't sure. I'm not gonna say I didn't think it could happen, but we hadn't seen it. I wasn't planning on it. They got hit in the mouth.
Yeah.
And they responded. They responded the way champions do. The way they came back in the second half, I think it was a 20-6 run in about 4 or 5 minutes or so. I mean, they exploded out of the gates to start that second half. And it was impressive. And I also say North Carolina didn't fold on that. I think they got down by 6 at one point. They got themselves together to get it back, end up taking a lead a couple different times. It was a great game. It was a great game. I can't wait to talk to James Ham about this because it seemed intense in there. As Gorilla Monsoon used to say, you could cut the tension with a knife in the Superdome. And some big players made big plays last night.
I think you could cut the tension in the paint because that's where Kansas was living. I thought they was playing the Sacramento Kings out there with all of the points they were scoring in the paint. They was just out there working. I think it was 26 of the 38 second half points were scored down low. Like they had Bill Self obviously told them at halftime, we went away from who we are. Work that ball in the middle. We're not gonna. And I know there was a line floating around in the press conference. Would you rather be down 15 at half or down 9 with 2 minutes left? Like, all right, let's get it together. There's plenty of time. We're not gonna hit the Sacramento King. I'm taking all of these shots at the Kings here in the opening segment. We're not gonna hit the 21-point shot here to erase the lead. So let's go out there. Let's do what we do. Let's work. What brought us to the dance, if you will. Let's get down there in the paint and get back to work. And I mean, when you look at that basket that sent the lead from 1 to 3, it's right there down. It was right there in the restricted area.
Yeah, absolutely. They got it down on the block to McCormick. McCormick, little jump hook. To do what he had to do to make sure they got the best shot possible. And I'm glad you brought that up, Damian. Because I was going to save this for the commercial break, but I don't know, pet peeve of mine. You hear a lot of times, and we hear it here in Sacramento about, in the second half, the head coach doesn't make adjustments. He doesn't make adjustments, and that's why they lose. The other team is making adjustments, and Luke Walton or Hubert Davis, they didn't make adjustments. Well, I'm not going to say that never happens. Obviously, adjustments are made, but sometimes it's not that simplistic. Like it's kind of a lazy outlook on it. How do we know that Kansas just didn't do what Bill Self wanted them to do in the first place? And then Bill Self said, hey, let's get back to what we originally game planned for and let's execute. Could be that simple.
Well, they did it. I think they did it in the first half. The shot just wasn't falling.
Yeah, well, they started off 7-0. They looked like they were about to run away, and they came out the gates, and then they got away from it. But what I saw from Kansas isn't necessarily a coach's adjustment. I saw more attention to detail from those players out there on the defensive end. They started to lock in that second half on the defensive end, which in turn allowed them to get stops, which in turn allowed them to get easy buckets in transition, in the paint, and things of that nature. I just saw them ramp it up on the defensive end. But I just, I heard that.
Oh, so you wanted to start this and mention. So one, you just want to undermine the analysis I just gave, and two, you just wanted to remind everybody you hate coaches, or that coaches are useless.
I agreed with your analysis. Hear me out. I agreed with it because Coach Self said, there is no adjustment to be made. The adjustment is to do what we're supposed to do. Get the ball on the block and do what we got to do. We don't have to come up with this elaborate scheme to change everything. No, do what we do. Let's defend. Let's get out on the break. Let's get the ball on the block. Let's get the ball in the paint and do it that way. Technically, are you calling that an adjustment? I don't know. I'm just saying, like, they just got back to what they do. I don't think that's necessarily adjustment, just a reshift in focus.
The offensive numbers don't suggest there was an adjustment. The offensive numbers say the shots were dropping for them in the second half. The defensive numbers say that whether if attention to detail, adjustment, ramped up, more intensity, whatever you want to call it, there was clearly more. Kansas was contesting a lot more in the second half than it felt like they were the first. And you can attribute that to jitters. You could attribute that to the big game. You could attribute that to just not being locked into what you're supposed to be doing. And maybe Bill Self was as simple as, what are y'all doing? This isn't the way we play ball. Maybe Bill Self said nothing. Maybe he just walked into the locker room and stared at him. Maybe he gave him the old Kenny Caraway and said, "Y'all want to have that kind of practice tomorrow? Y'all think you play like this another half that the season's going to be over? Oh no!
Coach, this is the last game of the season.
No,
that's the true thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You still attend Kansas? Okay, I own your ass till you don't. You're gonna be out there working."
Sometimes the game is that simple. Sometimes you just got to get it back to its simplest form of if you get stops, it opens up a world of opportunities for you. Obviously, number one, your team isn't scoring. The other team isn't scoring. Number two, you're getting in transition, what allows you to play offense against a defense that's not set up, right? That allows you to get 3-on-2 fast break opportunities. Like, it's what you do to get those stops. Yeah, there's a number. You change matchups or double or trap or something. Like, absolutely, those things are vital. But at its core, at the end of the day, defense is what catapults everything. Especially when you're down 15 or whatever, you're not going to score a 15-point shot. You've got to make sure that you get one stop at a time, stay consistent with it, gain momentum that way. Thought they did a great job of staying poised and staying locked in. The other thing that might have happened is Kansas might have got a little too overconfident because they were doing that at the beginning of the game. And they were like, oh, it's going to be easy work, just like we thought it was. And UNC, team that's tougher than a $2 steak, they were ready for a fight. And they battled back, man. And it was great to see those two go at it that way.
Yeah, it was absolutely a fun end to a fun Final Four. Overall, I thought it was a enjoyable tournament. I don't know how much of it I'll remember. I think people will remember the St. Peter's run, and I guess you'll remember the Coach K aspect to it. Yeah. Kansas is just so nondescript. You know what I mean? Like Bill Self is a multi-time national champion. Multi-time national championship coach, and he's just kind of chill. Like Bill Self is one of those guys, but he's probably not the first guy that comes to your mind,
right?
And Kansas that's a storied university. The great Paul Pierce went to Kansas.
Paul Pierce was in the house.
Of course he was. Of course he was in the house. He had to be.
Paul Pierce was in the house. Paul Pierce, he want to be the Fab Five so bad. He want the same cutaways that Chris Webber and Jalen Rose get.
It's the only reason I brought up Paul Pierce, because I knew if I did, we could say something that got under Jesse's skin.
Oh man. But to your Bill Self point, one of the greatest coaches of his generation, of his era.
Yeah.
You know, and he's only, I don't want to say it like that, but he's got 2 national championships. But like you said, you don't think about it. You don't think of him in that light. But what he's done at Kansas, and I think he was at Illinois before that, if I'm not mistaken. Success on every level. You know, I mean, one of the great coaches of his generation, and he is, unlike Coach K, he's not done. Like, I don't know if he's going to win anymore, but he's not going nowhere, and it doesn't seem like Kansas is going anywhere. He's going to keep getting these recruits, so he could add to it.
Yeah, he was at Illinois and Tulsa also, his run here at Kansas going on 20 years now. He's only 59 years old. There's likely some more titles on the way, and perhaps a nice little contract restructure for Bill Self. So the NCAA tournament is behind us. Evaluating college basketball players, though, is just beginning. It's a tradition unlike any other. The Sacramento Kings are in the lottery, and they're playing their final home game at the Golden One Center tonight. We'll talk about that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You know when the last day to wear a hoodie was?
What's
yesterday? I'll be right back. It's too hot in here. I'll be right back.
I got a little. I got one more day. I got the fan going on here. Last night we were downtown, and I didn't. I just had a button up on, no blazer, no jacket. The walk to the car, just a little chilly. Like, I was fine. I wasn't shivering. But if I would have had a hoodie on, it would have been a little bit of a warmer walk. And, I think there's, the game in the Golden One Center tonight would probably be the same thing. And that'll be the last time in Sacramento we're wearing hoodies, I think. Pour one out for hoodie season. Jared, last night, the IG post, man, signed a new deal, man. Signed a new deal. I'm here. I'm not going nowhere. I'm with D'Lo and KC. I'm with Odyssey. We locked in, baby. You know what I'm saying? So we celebrated that last night. Oh, dog. Look, I'm not here to compare it to the other ones. What are the other big ones? The Rue Chris, Flemings. Flemings is on that same Morton's level, right?
Yeah.
I'm asking Damien. I don't know. I mean, he would know, but he don't frequent.
I mean, McCormick and Schmicks is probably up there.
Yeah. But I mean, I love me some Mortons. I do love me some Mortons. Love it. Never, Rob W. Never. Never. For life. Yo, that video I sent you and Ace, that's a trip.
Oh, that's great,
man.
That is
a trip.
Yeah. Slow the fuck down. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Lesnar. Yes, sir. How slow would you like me to go?
Brock beat the hell out of.
I remember watching that, like, yo. I remember, was like, yo, that was stiff. I had never seen that clip before, but I remember watching that. Like, that was stiff.
I forgot. I got to send that to Jesse. See if Jesse saw that. Yeah, that was a trip, man. Cena, and he explains it at the end, but Cena always seems too loud, man.
Mm-hmm.
A little too obvious, but I guess you just want to get it right. I guess.
I don't even care about stuff like that.
It don't bother me. Because to me, me personally, I'm like only getting it in a video like that when they point it out. Like if I'm watching Raw, I don't hear that. I don't see that stuff. He said, Sinker said, "You good?" Batista said, "No." He got a tombstone me. Do you remember that moment? Do you know what happened to him? Batista? I don't know.
I remember. I mean, he's been banged up a couple of times. Oh yeah! Shout out to Steve, our dealing with KC NCAA pool winner.
Yeah, Steve, I got you. I got you on air horns when we come back, big dog.
Steve, DM me your address. Not that there's any prizes involved. Just for fun, DM me your address.
Fun.
Just for fun. Just so I can drop by.
Just sounds crazy.
So I can drop by and say hi.
Man.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I have to get the new men's basketball coach on here. Sac State.
David Patrick?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Wow. Who did? Oh my.
Oh wow.
He ain't gonna be in the real games. Might as well.
Yes, sir.
Come on, man. Let's go.
What it is right there. Ricky Rose. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can watch us on Facebook Live. You can connect with us also on the phone lines at 916-349-1320, or you could jump into the coolest community in all of sports media, the Chatty House here, man. Shout out to our man Steve Carson,
man,
the winner of the D-Lo and KC NCAA tournament.
Big up Steve Carson.
That's good stuff. Had Kansas winning and the whole deal.
Yeah,
most of us have been out of that tournament for weeks.
Yeah, man. I was lucky to make it to the Sweet 16 after that Thursday. It was done. It was done. Shout out to my guy. I thought my guy Jesse Rosales was gonna win, but he had Duke. He had Duke. He had been, I think he was top 3 or first place for most of the last 2 weekends, and that Duke pick got him. Can never rely on Duke.
There's a lot of people who didn't watch a single basketball game collecting money from their respective pools here today, and congratulations to every single one of you. What you did is you didn't outthink the room. A lot of us think that, I mean, this is what I do, so obviously I'm going to select Houston and all of these different schools. Of course, what, you're going to pick Kentucky to lose early? Please. That's never going to happen. And sure enough.
Well, look, I will say this, though, partner. You had Houston winning it all. It's a little wild. However.
Did I really?
However, Elite 8 appearance. I don't know how many people had them in the Elite 8.
Yeah.
So you get props for that. Go ahead, Barry Horowitz, real quick if you need to.
I'm good. I don't need to Barry Horowitz. That was dumb. I needed something. I needed one thing that was a bit outrageous, and no one's gonna pick St. Peter's to go. So I was like, I like Houston. I like Kevin. I'll run with that for a little bit and see what happens. And
did you see who's number 2 in the too early top 25?
No.
ESPN's the Houston Cougars. Number 2 team in the nation next year. You know who's number 1?
I do, but I'll let you say it.
That in there.
Yeah.
Arkansas.
Yeah, I'll let you say it.
Arkansas is there. Obviously, this isn't the official, coaches poll or whatever. That comes out a couple weeks before, but they, this is pretty much how it is. You look at the recruits, you look at who's coming back and things of that nature. Arkansas is slated to be the number 1 team in the nation to start the season.
That, of course, is if Eric Musselman doesn't come back to Sacramento for a second stint as the head coach.
Oh my! Why would you put that on us?
No, I'm just kidding. Eric Musselman's doing a good job. Eric Musselman
a little too much for me, but he's doing a great job.
But I think that's fine in college. Eric Musselman appears to be a really, really good college coach.
Yeah, even in college, settle down a little bit.
I'll let him rock, man. The kids love that.
The guy got
His
Roman
team loves
Reigns'
him.
shoulder, and he out here pumping his fist. Calm down.
That's all right. That's all right. Let my man rock. Let him rock. Stop hating on Eric Musselman. Stop hating on all things.
Eric Musselman, all right. Yeah. Back to prominence for Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
And now a top
been a
team
while.
in the country.
Yeah, been a while.
Big ups.
The Sacramento Kings are not a top 10 team in the country, nor will they be favored to win anything next year. But they will play their final home game at the Golden One Center tonight against the New Orleans Pelicans. I had it earlier. 16-24, I think, is their home record. I mean, double check to make that's right. I used that in the sports update today. 16-24 at home this season.
That's pitiful, man. That's terrible. And you're talking about a home court advantage where, these guys, they go to these games, the fans, the D-Los and KCs, everybody, it's generally a good vibe, aside from like those 2 weeks or so, with Luke Walton and, when nobody was traded. For the most part, remember how happy people were when we went and saw the game where I think it was Sabonis' second game. Denver. They lost. Yeah. They lost by like 16.
Yeah.
But it was just a joyous.
But it was close. It was a fight for a while. Like it was the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I think it was tied going into the fourth.
I missed the fourth quarter because I was never mind what I was doing.
All fourth quarter.
Yeah, well, I do miss all fourth quarters. Yeah. The lights almost came on in the club that night. I was like, hey, Kenny, I gotta go, bro. Like, you gotta wrap this up. But that was I was playing security to Kenny Caraway on the concourse that day. And yeah, it was a different vibe. And they went on the road after that. And
nothing
kind of felt like that was it.
Yeah. Nothing was the same. And for this team, for the last 16 years really, but I'm just talking about this current group of guys, for them to not to be able to take advantage of Sacramento's home court, it's an abomination. It's abomination. Matter of fact, routinely, they're not good at home. Like, it'd be one thing if, they're not really this great team. They struggle big time on the road, but at home, you're getting tough Sacramento Kings games every single night you come through the Golden One Center. That's not even the case. Yeah. It gets smacked around sometimes at the crib. Yeah. It's unacceptable, man.
Yeah, and it speaks like we talk about this all of the time. Obviously, this show, the people listening to it, this is just such an amazing fan base. And when you look at the content they consume with, the Kings Beat and the Kings Herald and Deuce and Mo and Night Chats and all these different things, you realize, you're supposed to win here. Like, that's why you play 41 at home, 41 on the road. You're supposed to. They call it an advantage for a reason. Right. And you have a fan base that's willing. They're willing to make this home court an advantage for you. But you continuously give them reasons to not show up. You continuously give them reasons to not have games like that one versus Denver right after the All-Star break, where there was a whole vibe in there. And I know there are a number of different circumstances that probably contributed to that, but I feel like Kings fans were genuinely excited. And you just shoot them in the ass like every opportunity you get. Like, we appreciate it, but we're just going to go ahead and, lose the next three by a combined 67 points.
Yeah,
all right, man.
I mean, when you put it that way, come on, man. What are we doing? What are we doing? How are you just going to follow that up by just getting backhanded for the next three games?
We tried so hard so many times this year to get the pulse of the team. And it was so damn erratic. Like it was, they were competing against tough teams like Utah. They were competing against tough teams like Phoenix. And then, I hadn't put this together till you said it a couple of weeks ago. I guess in the those moments you're not thinking about it. But that 4-game road trip where they went out and they played some of the worst teams in the league, or maybe not some of you played the worst teams in the league, and you came away with nothing. That was it.
All those.
That was it.
Well, I wasn't gonna say 3 of them, but San Antonio ended up being better. But let's not mistake what's going on right now. San Antonio is not a good team. Just like
they know that.
Yeah, just like if we heard for weeks that the Kings got backed into the 10th, we're like, it's still not a good team.
New Orleans ain't a good team either.
Nah. So you had that road trip where you had San Antonio, OKC, Detroit, and Minnesota is a good team. But to not be able to come away with that one at least 2-2 or 3-1, I mean, I think I really believe that whole roster, all goodwill went out the window at that point, where they were like, man, ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed around here. This is the same old Kings. They weren't tight enough as a unit and as a group, and they weren't tough enough mentally and emotionally as a group to say, man, this is something the old Kings would do, but we're going to make sure this isn't who we are. We're going to change. They just fell right back into it. Disappointing.
Yeah. And as has been the case for 16 years, a disappointing Kings season is coming to a conclusion. It's kind of a bit of a weird way to close things out. They have the final home game tonight, and then nothing Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. And they'll conclude their season on a Clippers-Suns road back-to-back. And that'll be it. Sunday night, the Kings season will be over, and Monday will be an interesting day here on D-Lo and KC, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. If the Kings were any good and they were in a playoff battle or a play-in battle, we'd be highly upset with the way this season finished schedule-wise. Like, why are you making them play back-to-back?
Oh, to close out the season, yeah. I mean, even without being in a fight, I just find that so strange. Like, yeah. And it's not necessarily the back-to-back to close out the season. It's like, why do they have the next 3 days off?
Exactly.
And then they're playing back-to-back.
That Clippers game could have been a Friday night.
Right. You couldn't have played the Clippers on a Friday? And like, I'm not – I don't know. I don't make the schedules. I don't know what the Clippers schedule is.
But the NBA was like – we already know what time it is. It ain't gonna matter. So make them play 4 games in a row. It won't matter.
Well, maybe I'm looking at the Los Angeles Clippers. They also play on Sunday. They play at home though. They're ending their season with 4 straight home games. They beat the Pelicans over the weekend. They'll have Phoenix tomorrow. And then they'll close out the season with the Saturday game against the Kings. And then Sunday, Oklahoma City will be in Los Angeles, and that's how they'll close things out.
We talk about how upsetting this is and how they're just wasting this home court advantage year after year. I'll try a little something positive. Are there any good what are the best moments at home from the Kings this year that come to your mind?
Well, I mean, the first one that comes to mind is, I think it'll be the enduring image of the season is the hug heard around the world. The De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis moment after they beat Minnesota which I think was, I don't remember if it was the second night of a back-to-back or just the second time playing them in a row. But it was obviously Sabonis's first game. I think all of the Pacers played that day. The former Pacers played that day. And there's the embrace that
the loving
I think Sean Cunningham was the first one who caught it, and it circulated all over Twitter that day. But that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's good. Sacktown Tony, this is obviously one of the bright spots. The Metu buzzer beater. It was a great night.
That's the corner, right? De'Aaron.
Yeah.
In the lane, Metu in the corner.
I'm trying to think of when that was. No, it was a New Year's Eve because they played on New Year's Eve. But we didn't have a show that next day. I remember that. So I thought it was like a holiday, but it wasn't. That's a great one. Beating the Lakers when they beat the Lakers at Golden One Center, that was a good one. It pales in comparison to maybe the worst moment at home all year, which was losing to the Lakers. But
yeah,
getting
that's the worst, right?
Season.
That's the worst. Is that the worst moment of the season? The Laker takeover at the Golden One Center.
I think everybody would say that.
I'd say it's the worst moment in the history of the Golden One Center. Man, that is bad.
A lot of people would say that. To me, personally, that Raptors game on a Friday night, we know how the Fridays and Saturdays are always packed, but a Friday night, it was an empty stadium damn near.
Yeah.
Nobody was doing anything. And they got absolutely curb stomped by like 30.
They lost by 29, I think it was.
Yeah. And it was one of those things. I forgot. Let me see if I can pull it up exactly who they played before that, because there was a lot of talk, right? Of like, we gotta dig deep. Maybe it was TT talking or whatever.
Of course it was TT talking, because that's what TT does, is TT talk.
Yeah. They had just I'm trying to see. Oh, it was right after the road trip that we talked about. The road trip that ended the season.
Okay.
It was the first game back. And after Minnesota is when TT had the talk.
That's right. Yep.
So everybody was like, this is real talk. And they came out and just said, we're finished. We're finished with everything. We're finished with the season. We're finished with this coach. We're finished with it all. And
if you weren't sure, they came out a couple of days later against Utah
and made
sure you knew.
The next night. That was back to back at home. And you got slapped around. And maybe the combination of that weekend, I don't even know if that's fair. To me, that was worse than the Lakers game.
Okay, I disagree. Strongly. You went out there.
On that one.
You just got your butt kicked by Toronto. Toronto's a good basketball team. You just got your butt kicked by them. It's whatever. You wanted them to respond. They didn't. That's nothing new. You don't respond to a challenge even when TT gives you a pep talk. That's fine. That Laker one was different. You got beat up by the Lakers, and the fans got run out of the building. I don't even know that Kings fans got run out of the building. I think Kings fans were like, F it. You can have it. Y'all want the Golden One Center? Y'all can have it. We're leaving. We're going to Haagen-Dazs.
Yeah.
We're going to Sauce. We're going somewhere else. Y'all can have it, because there ain't nothing happening in here that we need to see. So y'all go ahead and enjoy it. That should be the most embarrassing moment for the Sacramento Kings. Maybe not for Kings fans, because Kings fans, legit, you can have it. We're leaving. You can have the whole arena. You could take that team with you to Los Angeles if you want to, too. We'll start an expansion squad out here in Sacramento.
They had a couple other ones. The Detroit loss. It's like, come on, bro. You lose the game on an 11-0 run to the Pistons at the crib. Nasty.
World famous statistician Will Z says during the 17-year drought, the Kings have gone 305 and 372 at home for a winning percentage of .451. That's actually better than I expected. They've had one winning record at home in the last 14 years.
Is it too simplistic to say, I don't want to say priority number one, because they got a lot of priority number ones, but this coach who comes in, Monte McNair, I don't even know if these things work on the NBA level, but this nonsense about not playing well at home, this ends. Like we need to establish that when you come here, it's going to be a dogfight. No more falling apart. Like I said, that may not be something that happens on the NBA level, but that needs to be a point of emphasis, I think.
Don't suck at home.
Yeah, man. Come on now. Come on. This is everything that we just said. You got one of the best fan bases, that's possible home court advantages in all the sports, and you're wasting it. It can't be wasted anymore.
I think is there something to be said also for if you build it, they will come? you put together the right squad, you can like is it a home court advantage when half the arena is full, or 70% of the arena is full, and you have maybe anywhere from 10 to 30% of the fans cheering for the team that you're playing. There were a lot of Chicago Bulls fans that, like, we think about the Warriors and the Lakers. Like, I remember how many Chicago Bulls fans were here.
The Bulls game was the only one where that was the one where I watched it, and I wasn't there, but I watched it on TV, and it was like, man, there's a lot of Bulls fans in there because the Kings were pulling away and it wasn't loud. Like, even with the Lakers game, the second one where they beat the Lakers, it was lit in there for the Kings. And obviously we know there's always a lot of Laker fans in there, but it was a celebration, in that crowd. Obviously Minnesota don't have fan base issues, but Minnesota game was lit. The Phoenix game recently where they went in overtime. The crowd was into it. They were there. They were boisterous. They were live. And that team at that point, that was like 2 weeks ago. Kings were definitely dead by then. So the MO for this fan base and home games here in Sacramento has always been they almost treat it game to game, right? In essence, they don't look at what the record is and what's going on. That night, if you're coming to play and you're giving effort and you're playing hard, they're all the way locked in. That's for the most part, that's how it is. You know what I mean? And yeah, they just come with that every single game here at Golden One Center, and it's going to be acknowledged by the fan base. They're gonna be tied in.
And that seems so simple. It does, or at least it does to me.
Make it all seem so simple.
Yeah, but
they rather make it hard.
It doesn't. Yeah.
But they'd rather make it hard.
They want to make it as frustrating as possible, too, for everybody who attempts to support this squad. Jesse brought. I know a couple of people hit the chat house with this one. Jesse did too, in terms of good moments for the Kings. The your boy Marvin.
The Portland Marvin.
Yeah.
That was no. I meant to bring that up. Shout out to Jesse and other people. That was a moment when Marvin hit that three against Portland. But
let's be clear. Let's be clear though. Marvin hits the three, and then what's he do? He cusses out the fans. He cusses out the Sacramento Kings fans. Or maybe the Sacramento Kings coaching staff, or maybe the whole city of Sacramento. I'm not really sure. But he was, well, let it be known then. He let it be known.
I'm gonna stall Marvin out on that one. He was just cussing in general.
Okay.
I don't think he was looking at Jerry and Susie in row BB and be like, I remember when you booed me. I'm gonna curse you out. He had a lot of built up, pent up frustration.
Yeah, it wasn't
and he let out some words.
I don't think it was to Jerry and Susie. I think it was to the entire arena.
Nah, I don't think so. I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree. If it was to
only
anybody,
played with a point guard who could get him the ball by the rim, man. And
that was the X factor. Yeah. It's the X factor, I mean, once again, Marvin Bagley was inactive on Sunday.
Wild. It's wild. I hate that we have to do this. Like, it's so upsetting. I want to leave Marvin alone, but man, he really went out. He really went out there and said, "This is the first time I played with anyone who could get me the ball near the rim." I'm like, wait, what? What are you talking about? Like, Rashawn Holmes just got $40 million because he can get by the rim. You can't do that?
Unnecessary.
All right, Marvin.
But
all right, Marvin.
That was a moment, though. That was a moment. It was lit. I think that was the day before Thanksgiving. Yeah.
So do Marvin's moments as a Sacramento King rank California Classic dunk, 3-pointer against Portland 4 years later?
Pretty much. The 360 alley-oop. That was pretty sick.
Yeah. Who was that against?
San Antonio.
Okay.
That was pretty sick. I remember that year there was a question of who had the better alley-oop. the 360 alley-oop, or Fox threw alley-oop to Willie Cauley-Stein on the break that Willie caught like on his hip.
Yeah, I remember that.
And the place went, I was like in there as a spectator. That the place went nuts.
I remember being floored that Willie was able to do that. Like it was so unnatural where the ball was, and the fact that he was able to secure it, get it up so quickly, and dunk it. That was that's impressive.
I think that was like in mid to late November, and I want to say, I'll just throw out a number. The Kings improved their record to like 11-8. They're like, it's different this year. Oh, it's different this year.
So here's one thing that I can guarantee you. I am not going to utter the phrase "it's different."
No, I'm not doing it.
I may never utter that phrase again after what happened this year.
I'm going to be hopeful. You ain't never going to get me to believe in this team, in this franchise.
Not until they give me something to believe in. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings. We'll talk the Pelicans as well. Like they're in the play-in picture. They're headed to the play-in. I don't imagine they're exactly thrilled with where they're at either. So we'll talk a lot more basketball, a lot more Kings basketball as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
You ain't never lied, Miss P. You guys line up to slap me if I say that next year.
Yeah. This wind got the doggy cam going wild outside.
Real talk though, we I'll text it because you never know who's listening.
No clouds in my stones.
Let it rain, a hydroplane and a thing. Did that came out? It came out after Crazy in Love. I'm trying to, because I always was it after or before? I think it was
before.
Was it?
I think so.
Crazy
in Love. No, maybe not. I mean, shoot, I was playing them both. They were in heavy rotation.
I think it was after, because I had this conversation with somebody and they were like, yeah, Rihanna put Jay-Z to another level. I was like, well, actually, Beyonce.
Well, I'm sorry, what?
That song put Jay-Z to another level. I said, well, actually, Ramsey. Yeah. Beyonce took Jay-Z to another level. Jay-Z, he was the greatest rapper in the game. Like, he was the biggest rapper. But it's different when you're doing songs with the biggest R&B/pop star in the game. And when he was doing songs with Beyonce, like Crazy in Love was to date the biggest song Jay-Z had ever been a part of. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, that was a monster.
And that's including Hard Knock Life and all. Hard Knock Life was huge, absolutely, but he had never been on anything as big as Crazy in Love.
That was an absolute smash. Crazy in Love was an absolute smash. Okay.
Yeah. And just in case, that word needs to go out of like, don't do anything until you do this. So talking to,
yep.
Yeah, like don't do anything until you get on this.
Yeah.
Memphis 10, she is. Stop playing with me. Absolutely. No, I love Rihanna. Terrence, stop. Don't ever say that in your life. Love Rihanna. I love Rihanna's like poppy dance club, dance records. Like, I wanna make me feel like I'm the only one in the world.
Yeah.
I love those songs too.
Yeah. Yeah, those are those 106.5 The End records.
Yeah. I love them. She kills them.
Yeah.
What? Patrick, no. Albie was no. That was nowhere near what Crazy in Love was.
Want to be a part of the conversation? Many ways you could do it. You could hit us in the chat house, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're on Facebook Live as well, over on the ESPN 1320 Facebook page. You can always hit us on the phone lines, 916-349-1320. We welcome those watching and, of course, those listening on the Odyssey app in 1320 AM as well.
I'm not even going to bring the conversation that's in the chatty house today or right now because it just is what it is. I spoke facts. So we'll leave that in the commercial break. Go check that out on the YouTube if you want to see that later. This is random. It's hearing the story.
Here we go. It's always good when Kenny starts the sentence with "this is random" because I really never know where it's going to go.
Did you know Ben Simmons ain't getting paid?
Wait, word? No, I didn't know. How is that possible?
I don't know if it's all his checks, but the Sixers are garnishing his checks from when they suspended him to start the season. Still. And the weird twist of this is he's getting paid by the Nets now, right? And the Nets are complying with the Sixers. Like they take out what the Sixers would take out. The Nets take it out, give it to the Sixers before Ben sees $1.
What?
Yeah. True story.
Really?
Yeah. So that's one of the reasons. I don't know if you saw Ben Simmons is filing a grievance against the Sixers for like all the money that they're taking from suspending him and things of that nature. And that's part of, like, maybe it's not this simplistic, but it's almost like if I was the Nets and when the trade was made, I'd be like, look, whatever issues you got with Ben Simmons and money problems you got with him, that's between y'all, Philly and Ben. We're not getting involved in that. If you want to take him to court or whatever to get that money, do that. But we're not going to do that. No, the Nets are, before Ben gets his money, they pay the Sixers what Ben should be paying the Sixers out of his check.
That's wild.
It's really weird. Yeah.
That's wild. Okay, since we're doing random things before we get back to the Kings here, did you see Kevin Durant win at Stephen A? Because Stephen A got by the fake sports Twitter account. Like
I did see him get got by
the account. And that account is masterful because it really amplifies the stupidity of people. Where if you just click on the page, you see clearly. This is how easily you can create a fake story on the internet. It literally tells you that's what it's doing. And it shows you the template in which they work to create fake stories. And yet, time after time after time, people retweet it. People quote tweet it with their thought to it. And now Stephen A. Smith says, according to reports, KD called James Harden washed or something like that. When it was a clearly fake story from a parody Twitter account.
Yeah. And he went on the air. He went on First Take and was talking about, I heard allegedly.
According to reports. Like, oh, Stephen A., what you doing? Like, man, dude, they literally pay you like $11 million to get this stuff
especially
right.
when Kyrie looked him in the face, according to reports, and told him, "You washed up." He said that to him. Yeah, that's part of the reason they had to fall
He said that to him. He said that to him. Meanwhile, the original tweet says Kyrie Irving and James Harden got into a brief physical altercation after Kyrie called the 32-year-old superstar washed during a scrimmage. Oh man.
What did KD say? I hadn't seen what KD had to say.
It said, "Damn, Steve, got your ass." he quote tweeted, what is it? Bollock Sports? Is that what it's called? Yeah. Well, okay, never mind. Y'all know what it's called. Y'all know what it's called. They quote tweeted their original tweet with the video of Stephen A. And then KD quote tweeted their thing right there with "Damn, Steve, got your ass."
Come on, man.
Comedy.
Come on, Steve. I mean, I like Steve. You know, Steve is my guy. Come on, man. I can't keep having it, brother.
The pinned tweet says, "Today we will focus on the dangers of I think it's supposed to say misinformation in the media and stress the importance of media literacy." That's the pinned tweet. And no one takes 10 seconds to read it. They just see it on someone's feed. They had posted something with Dame Lillard the other day that cracked me up because I had seen someone like quote tweeted it with, "Oh, Dame always talking about what? It was something about loyalty, but it was a totally fake quote." And, some NBA writer retweeted it. "Dame talking too much about loyalty." Like, fam, that's not real.
They be getting these dudes, man.
God almighty.
I could never get got by a fake Twitter account. Could never happen. That couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Man, but it is funny because what you talk about, like I saw that story, the fake story, the fake Kyrie James story when it came out. And I saw it and I read it and I was like, let me check the source. Mm-hmm. Like before any quote tweets or anything, like, let me check the source. Because this is a pretty wild story. I need to have multiple sources here. It's pretty wild. Yeah. And I saw where it came from. I was like, oh no, they just messing around.
What was the source?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, sources close to D'Lo and KC say the Kings still stink. They're taking on the New Orleans Pelicans tonight to close out the home portion of the season, I should say. And the Pelicans, they're another, we talk about San Antonio. The Pelicans got to be thinking, all right, like, cool, we're here. The Pelicans winning multiple games, the Pelicans winning something in a series, that would be stunning, because the Pelicans are not a good basketball team. My question is less. We all know that the Western Conference is bad. It's less about this year. My question is more of, do the Pelicans now have the structure to be better next year? Because we've talked about this down Western Conference, and the Kings, they're going to have to pass up teams that are in front of them. And, okay, the Lakers are in front of them. The Lakers have a world of work to do. Whether they're actually going to be able to do it is a different story. San Antonio, no one really is quite sure what San Antonio is doing on a year-to-year basis. You got the Pelicans there, the Clippers, we expect certain things from. Timberwolves, you don't really know. The Jazz, we're literally trying to blow up Salt Lake City. And, it's like, how did the Kings become a part of this? The Pelicans, I don't know. The videos of Zion Duncan, you acquired CJ McCollum. Everything with CJ depends on its health. Now it feels like a handful of years into the season, a handful of years into his career, everything involving Zion Williamson depends on his health. So it's another team that you look at the structure and you go, okay, maybe there's something there. But I'm not confident enough to say, oh yeah, no, that's a team that you got to worry about next year. I feel like there's too many unknowns.
You know, and a lot of that goes to the biggest unknown is what happens with Zion.
That's it.
You know, and I usually dismiss the notion of like, look, he's on a rookie deal. You know, you just work it out until you can't work it out anymore. But I mean, it's a lot of rumblings about him moving on this offseason. And I just don't.
But he can't move on. Like, that's not his decision.
No, I'm saying the Pelicans moving on from him. There's rumblings.
So you think you think it's the Pelicans?
Happen.
But you think it's the Pelicans who may want to move on from Zion, or Zion who wants to move on from the Pelicans? Because one would be significantly more likely to happen than the other.
Zion from the Pelicans.
Okay.
Like we think about the video. Why did that video come out? Like that, to me, that was something passive aggressive. If the Pelicans are like, we're shutting you down, or, you know, we're not going to rush you back or whatever. And then Zion, who doesn't post anything really ever, all of a sudden posts a off the backboard between the legs dunk. Like, yeah, I'm good. Like, you're not hurt. I don't know if you're ready to play 48 minutes a night, but you're not incapable of playing if you can do that. Where'd that come from?
That's not. I mean, playing a 48-minute game or 30 minutes in a 48-minute game isn't the same as throwing it under the leg.
It's not. But you can't, like, if your knee's not good, like, you can't do that.
Well, but I don't think the story has ever been his knee isn't good. Isn't his feet?
His foot, excuse me. Yeah.
And then two isn't like also. I mean, I don't see him as the same thing. I don't think there was a. You think that was a calculated move by Zion to get that video out there?
What other reason? Have we seen one since then?
I mean, hey,
did we see one before?
We questioned whether Zion Williamson was alive at one point. Like, where is this dude at? He is just gone. And then, you know, I think there was there a report about, like, okay, nothing had maybe he had returned to 5-on-5, like there was some Zion update, and then suddenly that video of him dunking post. But that's all it is it's a dunk. I didn't make anything up. You're going conspiracy on us right now.
CON. I'm just saying, what we ain't seen nothing since, and that came out.
Well, what you want him to do now? Free throw line dunk?
Let's shoot a jump shot. How about you? Didn't even have to show me dunking. Just show me you going through a workout.
Oh, that's not sexy. Nobody want a jump shot.
It's not.
And then NBA Twitter makes fun of guys who post videos of them making jump shots in practice. Y'all be trashing a certain player when they make shots in practice.
Yeah, they need to stop that too.
See?
It's so bizarre, though. It really is bizarre, like how these guys are so automatic when working out. Like, they're automatic, and they get the same shot in a game situation, and it's not always like that. Not throwing shade or blaming anybody. It's always been bizarre to me. I remember, like, seeing, like, Mike Bibby, I think in the 2006 finals. Maybe it was the first one, LeBron. I don't know. But he was the point guard for the Heat. And Mike Bibby was an unbelievable shooter, you know, mid-range, just money his whole career. And then he would, in that series, I think it was the Mavericks, whoever it was, were leaving him open 16 feet away on purpose every time. Mm-hmm. And he just couldn't make it. The psyche of a shooter is fragile.
Yeah, it's tough. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM. West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Hypothetically, Zion Williamson in place next year with the New Orleans Pelicans. Got the CJ McCollum acquisition at the trade deadline. Is this a team that is better than their, you know, what are they currently, like 33 wins or something like that? Is this a team that 34 wins, 34 and 44? Are they better next year? Is the framework there for this team to be better? Or there's still too many flaws?
No, absolutely. I think the framework is there for them to be better. I mean, Zion, Brandon Ingram, and McCollum, And then you got guys like Herb Jones or whatever. And then if they have money to get guys, Valanciunas is great. Now, Valanciunas might have the same issue that they thought they had with Steven Adams, with him and Zion occupying the same spots on the floor. But they got a solid team, with Zion in the fold, and now with McCollum. So I would expect them, if everybody comes back, I would expect them to be a better team.
Okay.
What you think about them?
If
everybody comes back.
I can't get CJ's play has been intriguing. Zion to me is such a wild card, because it's like, okay, how do you fit? How are these two going to work together? What is Zion going to look like after what appears to be taking an entire year off? What's that going to look like? Okay, let's run with what you said. If there are rumblings, rumors, even if there are just whispers about Zion and the relationship with the New Orleans Pelicans, what's New Orleans thinking in all of this? Is this they're preparing for this all to blow up? Are they preparing to take the Philadelphia 76ers stance with Ben Simmons? Like, there could be a lot of internal things that affect this too. I think the direction that I'm leaning is like, sure, talent-wise, maybe the team will be a little bit better. Obviously, Zion Williamson back, the team could potentially be a lot better talent-wise, but I feel like there could be some other things that really prevent them from improving too much. So if we're back here next year and let's say let's for fun say they finish with 35 wins. We come back next year, they're finishing with 35, 36, 37 wins. I don't know that I'm necessarily stunned about that. I don't think that I don't think the Pelican, like, there's only Houston. When you watch them, you almost watch them in a jaded sense. And like, what Houston is. What did we say last week? It's the AAU squad. You know what Oklahoma City is. When you watch, the only team that I watch and go, yo, this team is bad, is the Los Angeles Lakers. That's not trying to be funny. That's not throwing shade. That's not piling on when things are already bad. When you watch the Lakers, you know right away, this is a bad basketball team.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily feel that way about the Pelicans. I feel like they are missing a couple of pieces. I just wonder if the rumblings that you hear wind up falling into place, how much of an effect will that have on next season? And I know this. I feel like you could play this game with every team in the league, and I understand that. But some players you have to magnify it a little bit more. Marvin, you had to magnify if he can stay healthy. Like, that was just part of his story. CJ McCollum now has had, he had some issues here this year, and if memory serves me correctly, he had some issues last year also.
Yeah,
he's getting up there in terms of years, and you need CJ. You need CJ around for 70 plus games a season. That's a big factor in this team's growth next year also.
Yeah, I agree. I think everything with that franchise though hangs on what happens with Zion. I think it's all about that. If they can work that out, they got the ability to be, one of the up and coming teams in the West. I don't know if it's play-in or they get into the top 6 or whatever, but they have an opportunity to up their value in a major way. If they can't work that out, and Brandon Ingram is left by himself, and CJ McCollum, you just mentioned, he has injury concerns every year. They can't work that out. They could be here or lower again next year. Really believe that.
Yeah. Do you like? I think he's a Kansas guy. Shout him out, Devontae Graham.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So do I.
I like Devontae Graham. That's my guy.
Yeah, he's going to go for 30 tonight because we brought him up. That's just kind of, and especially because Kenny likes him, he might go for 35. But he's always a player that when the Pelicans wind up on the TV or the app, that they go, man, I like this. This dude can go. He's got some really good qualities to him, and he's one of those guys. When I look at this team, I think he's one of those reasons that I look at this team. Go, they're not a bad basketball. Like they have, you feel like they have some pieces there that they could work with. They're also like, I also wonder, like, of course, we know very well that Bilo and JC don't talk about the New Orleans Pelicans in New Orleans. That's not what they do. But if they did, You got to wonder, would they be talking about David Griffin like the Monte McNair line? Did Griff let the season slip away? Like the Zion stuff happened. He didn't work to get that better quick enough. Like he let the season slip away. And now, like, yeah, sure, we stumbled into the play-in, and that's cool. Like, and my tune will change if the Pelicans can, in fact, take advantage of this play-in opportunity and get to the playoffs. But I wonder if Griff had the Monte McNair syndrome and things just kind of got away from him. Or maybe he was, Griff, he likes the splashy move. Maybe he was holding out for something that wasn't actually there.
Yeah, maybe so. I think Griff did about what he could do. Because remember, the really tough stretch for this Pelicans team really was the start of the season. They started off 1-13, and at that time, you're not making a deal at that time. For the most part, you're like, whoa, we're behind 8 ball in a major way. Season just might be done, and then you scale it back, right? Like you scale it back and be like, well, let's just see what we got here. You regroup, and they end up winning a bunch of games and were able to win, get themselves back into it. And once the fortunes changed, that allowed David Griffin to say, all right, well, let me be a little more aggressive. We'll try and go get CJ, and add to what we got going on. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't feel like David Griffin is under as much fire as Monte McNair. What you think he is?
No, I don't. Because he has the built-in excuse. I'm not saying he's using it, but he has the built-in losing Zion. That's a big deal. Yeah. Like Zion Williamson doesn't play the entire year. Like that's a big deal, and it's kind of built in there for him. And then he did go out and acquire CJ McCollum at the trade deadline. So that's kind of the push, the positive. But it's weird how similar these two may wind up being. What they do next year is really important to their future with the franchise.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Of course, Griff had the bizarre hire of Stan Van Gundy, and he corrected that after year one. And Monte, I guess his mistake, and it's difficult to know if you can actually put this on Monte, but keeping Luke Walton. Either the mistake of either keeping Luke Walton or not committing to Luke Walton for the season. Either one of those is a mistake. Like, I felt like they should have moved on from Luke Walton in the offseason. When they made the decision not to, I thought the worst thing they could do is what they did. Okay, let's try it out, see how it goes. Because I didn't think there was a Nate McMillan here to fix things. Nor did I think that there was a roster strong enough to have a Nate McMillan type person come in here and fix things like Nate McMillan did for the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, I always thought, and your point is well taken, if you were going to bring them back, the first moves at any sign of turbulence this year should have been to get off some of these players. And who knows if the offers were out there or anything like that. To get rid of Buddy Hield, they had to get rid of Tyrese Halliburton. So who knows if that was there at the time. But, I mean, think back to it. I mean, they didn't when Luke was fired, they didn't light the world on fire. Nothing changed. We said this all the time. It was the same team. So to your point, you either don't come into the season with them, or if you do, the first move shouldn't be firing the coach. If something goes wrong, the first move should have been like, man, we got to get some of these guys out of here, because we kind of committed. Even if they wanted to wait till later in the season, after they made the moves this season and they didn't work, then they brought the new guys in and it was still an issue. I'm fine with you. You don't have to stay with Luke come hell or high water this year. Like, if you exhaust your possibilities and it's still an issue, you move on from them. But I just didn't think that should be the first order of business to try and turn the season around.
Because it didn't feel like the biggest problem. Right?
Exactly.
And I believe, though, it was a problem. I just don't think it was the biggest problem. And unfortunately, this team has a host of problems. Like, sometimes, when you have a conversation like this, specifically, the people who don't like De'Aaron Fox will say, "Oh, you think this was the problem?" No, singular. No, it's one of many problems. There are a number of them that this team had, and there are a number of them that this team still currently has that they have to fix and address this offseason. We'll talk more about this. I want to ask you about the Sabonis deal and kind of how all of that went down and making a trade and some of those different things. Then we'll take a look around the rest of the National Basketball Association, as well as the final week of the regular season is here. It's coming to a conclusion. Playoff spots, playoff seeds are shaking out. Some fun ones to watch. Play-in spots locked in. The play-in tournament, I guess it's going to be around here forever. We'll talk more NBA. We'll talk more Kings basketball here on the day of the final Kings home game as D'Lo and KC return here on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Live, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Hey, yo, just for fun, though. Just for those just tuning in.
D-Lo, KC, ESPN 1320. Biggest boss. It's the hottest thing going down.
Man, it do look like a black bottle, though. It do look like a black bottle. Like, hey.
What y'all doing over there? What you got cooking up?
Black bottle over there. Oh, man. Why? You see Rose bought a race car?
No. I saw him on the ATV over the weekend, I think it was.
Oh, he got like a race car. I'd be like Kenny. I mean, I don't know. Kenny had the first race car.
As far as we know, that's still going down at the end of the month, huh? I guess so, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I heard a commercial for it the other day. So
yeah, I think that's all good.
Glad they got that on track.
Yep.
I'm glad to see cooler heads prevailed, as they should, because we're going to make another run and we're going to change all this next year. Absolutely. Neymar's coming back too. I know. Yeah, Neymar and Messi are coming back too, right? Although, look, I have watched they played 4 games. I watched 3 of the 4 Republic games this year. That's USA. They got enough of my cousins on there for me to root for them. I was ready to go to Jamaica, though. And then I saw that roster. I was like, oh, okay, all right. We'll stay.
They made me, I just had some pasta and some Brussels sprouts. It was fantastic.
Looked delicious, though.
It was delightful. It was delightful.
Man, I'm thinking about that steak right now, though. Woo. Woo.
Yeah, there was some
Cajun ribeye. My gosh.
There was some kind of with a fork. Yes, let's get them likes up. I actually don't even know where we're at. YouTube, come on, man. Show us some love. Show us some love, baby. Where we're at. We need them likes. Oh, YouTube, come on, man. This late, is this tanking? Are we tanking right now? Come on, YouTube. Let's do this right now. Hit that thumbs up. Let's get it. We could easily get to 100 before the commercial break. I mean, there's 200 plus in here across the streams. There's 188 just on YouTube. We could at least get to 100. Come on now.
Oh, check this out, Jesse. You'll like this. I watched Raw last night. I'm not mad at the MVP almost situation there.
I didn't get to watch Raw. I saw the highlights of it.
I think that would be good for both people involved.
Definitely be good for almost. Yeah, definitely be good for almost.
Stop spitting his gibberish. Let MVP talk.
It'd be good. It'd be good. Yeah, the Cody promo was really good. Appreciate you, Glenn. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, that Cody promo. That was
I missed that part.
That was good stuff. I don't know why Seth was there to shake. I don't know why they did that. But yeah, that was solid work from Cody. No.
It's gonna be Roman and Drew, huh?
Really? Didn't we do that already?
I heard about that too.
Well, he said he's gonna do something on Friday, right?
Yeah.
Odyssey app's a great way to listen to D-Lo and KC no matter where you are. Man, Matt, I think he said he's in Arkansas today. On location. What? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he's doing out there, but he's in Arkansas. So, hey, man, let it rock. Maybe he's there visiting Eric Musselman. But the Odyssey app is a great way to listen to D-Lo and KC. You could download it on your phone. Search ESPN 1320, hit the heart button, and you never have to miss anything. Even if you're in town, you're in a little sketchy area where the signal gets bad, or you got to go to the store, or you got to go into a meeting that you don't really want to pay attention to. Just throw us in your earbuds. Let it rock. We got you.
I haven't grocery shopped in a while. You know, we do a lot of the delivery or the pickups, nowadays. But when I grocery shop, that is definitely my go-to. Put those earpods on, or Beats, or whatever the case may be, and I'm zoned out as I'm going up and down the aisles.
Do you wander at the grocery store?
When I'm on the phone, when I'm distracted with a phone call, I got to lose focus. But other than that, I got my list. This is the list. I'm getting this, and I'm out of here. No freestyling.
I try to go in the morning, and I get in, like, I buy virtually the same things every time I go, so I know where everything's at. If I wander, it gets bad. It gets bad. That $110 turns into like $230, lightning quick. Like, because it becomes, I want to try. I never had one of these before. Let me try this. You know what? I bet I can make something with this. Like, I don't know when I'm going to do all of this, but I'm gonna make one of these. and the old adage of don't go when you're hungry, because bad. Just bad news.
That is a rough situation if you pull one of those moves.
And then the next day you look in your refrigerator like, the hell did I buy that for?
Me, I'll be like, I don't even feel like cooking.
So you
had all these grandeur. Oh, I'm gonna cook this and I don't feel like cooking.
DoorDash.
DiGiorno ad. Yeah. Where's that DiGiorno? Let's throw this thing in the oven.
Yeah, man. Get that little oven baked pizza. I want a pizza stove, man. I want to grow up and have a pizza stove. Those look so dope. You slide the little pizza in, a little. Oh man, I need. When I grow up and get a house like Kenny's, man, I want to have a pizza stove installed so I could rock with one of those, man. Those are awesome.
We got to get back to doing this too in our household. We made pizzas a couple different times, and it really wasn't my bag. Like, I like my Mountain Mikes. I like my Slim and Huskies.
I love
they take care of it, right? I'm not really for the home make the pizza, but we made it. And shout out to the Queen Bee. That was some good stuff. We got the right type of bread, right type of crust. We had the sausages and the pepperonis and stuff. Some good stuff, man. We got to get back to that.
Yeah, I think I like it's fun to go out, but I had Burger Patch's breakfast for the first time on Saturday. My goodness, I was expecting like a little McMuffin joint, like you get at McDonald's. Man, that was damn near a burger.
Oh,
it was the size of a burger. Their breakfast thing and it was amazing. And then I took the opportunity to get a milkshake at like 9:30 in the morning, and I thought,
you gotta do what you gotta do.
Like I was living that life on WrestleMania Saturday, boy. I was living that life. It's WrestleMania weekend, Final Four. Calories don't count. Let's get on it, baby. Let's get on it.
Yeah, man.
Sacramento Kings will play their final home game of the season. We were just talking a few moments ago about the Sabonis deal and Monte McNair and everything that went on this season as we kind of, we kind of cross the arms and do the Undertaker rest in peace gimmick here, because it's another season that is gone to hell. And I feel like you were like, is the only thing that could have saved this season attempting those deals that they made earlier? Because we talked about this in real time, where it's like 2 more losses. We go away for 2 days and come back 2 more losses, 2 more blowout losses, just letting the season slip away. We were waiting until December 15th. Boy, was that day a dud.
December 15th. That's when everything's going to change. Everybody's available. It's going to be a mad rush to get trades into the league office.
No. Literally had to wait until the trade deadline to get something done. And probably the one guy everybody
was like 2 more months.
It's what we said. It was the longest trade deadline in the history of the National Basketball Association. And it was just because part of the reason it was so exhausting, or not even part of, the main reason that it was so exhausting is because you kept waiting for this team to get fixed.
Mm-hmm.
And you kept thinking, well, we're not changing anything, but it's going to get better.
Yeah.
And that's ridiculous. Like, you're playing with the same exact team with the same. Now their mentality is different. Now the mentality is, I'm probably going to be going anyways.
Yeah.
Let's just stay healthy. Let me see if I can get my buckets.
Mm-hmm. Let me get these numbers up.
I'm going to go stand in the corner, allegedly, all season long. Thank God, buddy, got a coach who know how to use them now.
Indiana's defense is terrible. No surprise.
Don't ruin the party. Let Buddy live.
But
let Buddy do it. But we kept the trade deadline just kept getting longer and longer and longer because the Kings kept losing more and more and more and more, and it felt like there was no end in sight.
Yeah, I think to answer your original question, the roster was always number one. And as long as the roster stayed the same, the core roster, what's the line I always say? You bring John Wooden in here, it's not going to matter. Now, once you were able to change the roster, yeah, you bring a coach in here that, could have a different effect, have a different philosophy, and things could change that way. But this group that was together, those guys that have been together for a couple of years now, they just weren't it. They weren't going to work. And I always thought that should have been the priority first and foremost.
We know that there are upgrades this team has to make this offseason. We know that this team needs to get better this offseason. We know that there are going to be changes to this team this offseason. But do you still feel like there's anyone who has to go? Marvin had to go. Marvin had to go for the betterment of the Kings, and Marvin had to go for the betterment of Marvin.
Mm-hmm.
Buddy had to go for the betterment of all of us. Is there anyone? Is there anyone left? I don't feel like there's anyone who like that. You've got to get this guy off the team. I feel like that you did that. Like that's done.
Yeah.
Now it's about improving or filling out the roster. Now it's about those types of things.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you have guys that, how do I put it? Their energy on this team and in this locker room is not anything that could kill what's going on. So not saying bring everybody back, but there's not one person in here on this team where you look at it and you say you can't bring this guy back because it's just bad vibes or, it's not a winning mentality. Justin Holiday, I know some people would be on his head. If he came back next year, that's not a bad thing. You just don't want him starting at the 2 guard. Let him be in there and his veteran leadership and his IQ, that's a positive. That's absolutely positive. So, yeah, I can't think of anybody that doesn't need to be here next year.
Okay.
I think everybody's good in that sense.
This season's on Monte. The failure of this season. Would you put it on Monte McNair?
100%.
And the good thing about that,
100%, but he's got the most blame. He's not the only one. Like, because I do feel like De'Aaron Fox, his slow start, that was a big blow for this team. One, like I always say, maybe they would have fell apart anyway, but everybody was kind of doing what they do numbers wise, except for De'Aaron. And I really think that he left a lot on the table. And we saw that as the season went along. We saw what he's capable of. And he didn't play up to his capabilities in the beginning of the season. So, number one, Monte McNair for not helping these guys out and getting some of those guys out of here. He's number one. But I do feel like if Fox would have played the first half of the season like he did the second half,
would you
maybe a little better team?
Is he two? If Monty's one, if the fault, if we're distributing, if we got a blame pie here, the biggest slice goes to Monty. Does the second biggest slice go to De'Aaron? I'd say it's fair.
I think so.
I say it's fair. So. Like if we, but it's, man, context I think is so important though to that distinction in that, you know, you can look at Monty and Monty's dragged out until the trade deadline. It dragged out till February, and it's kind of like, all right, cool. Like it was over. So the thing with both of them, that's the good thing about, you know, both of these guys. De'Aaron Fox is a Sacramento King. Monte McNair is still the general manager. You can fix this. And if you fix this, you two, just as you're getting the blame for this year, you're going to get the praise for this team being better next year.
Right.
But De'Aaron, the context to De'Aaron is so important because you look at like, well, De'Aaron's not responsible for, you know, 50 some odd losses. Like, no, he's not. And I thought you brought up a great point. How different would that stretch of basketball had been early in the season when, you know, De'Aaron opened the season? People forget this, like 28-7 in the very first game. If that type of basketball had continued, maybe you pull out 3 or 4 more wins.
Right.
Maybe that road trip, even if that road trip plays out exactly the same, even if it's just a disastrous road trip, you don't feel like your season's over because you grabbed a couple more W's along the way. And now all of a sudden, instead of being below 500, maybe you're right at 500 and you have the opportunity to bounce back. Like you dug yourself a hole so quickly that it not the 1-13 hole that New Orleans dug themselves into, but you put yourself in a position that was all too familiar.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we've been here. We've done this.
And look, you mentioned New Orleans and what they had to dig themselves out of. They were tough enough to dig themselves out of it, even before CJ got there. Like that group started to play to a level that got everybody up to par and up to speed with the group that they had. And then they added when they got CJ McCollum. But yeah, man, like I said, if we have a blame pie, it's not 50-50, Monty and Fox. I don't look at it like that. But you know, you should give Fox 30%, 70-30, Monte McNair.
Okay.
Maybe even 80-20.
I mean, I'll probably dole some out to some, you know, Luke can have some pie. He can have some blame. Alvin gets some blame pie. Yeah. Like there are plenty of guys who
collectively the coaches get 10%.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'm looking at the pace of the Pelicans. It's like, how did the Pelicans, you know, bounce back from that 1-13 start? And you keep looking for like something incredible, like a big stretch, like an amazing run. It ain't there. You know what they did that really dug them out of this? There's a stretch where they won 6 of 8. During that stretch of winning 6 of 8, they won 4 in a row. Then later on in the season, after losing 4 in a row, they won 4 in a row again. Kings haven't won 4 in a row all year.
Wow.
The Pelicans are essentially in the position they're in because they've won 4 in a row 3 different times. That's what we're talking about. Like, there's no big run outside that 6 of 8 that they went on because they've lost 4 in a row as recently as this month.
Yeah.
And that's that's kind of what we were talking about earlier, though. The Pelicans are here in this play-in position, but they're not a good basketball team. That's the downside to this play-in stuff, is like there is potential for a bad basketball team to get in. Now, that doesn't necessarily seem to be the case in the Eastern Conference. Obviously the measurements of good basketball team and bad basketball team are going to be different for everybody. I'm sure Atlanta doesn't feel great about where they're at, but Atlanta's probably looking at it like, yo, from where we were, we got a chance. We go out there, we win a couple games, get us in a series. We'll take anybody in a series because they have last year to draw on.
Yeah.
If you're New Orleans, you're Sacramento. You don't have that stuff to draw on, so it computes a little bit differently.
Let me gauge where you're at, and we're gonna gauge the temperature from the fan base, from you, from me, all throughout this offseason. We got a long offseason. Do you think there's a way they can get this turned around for next season? And what I mean turned around, I mean in the playoffs.
Yeah. I do. I think I do. So let me differentiate these. To answer your question, do I think there's a way they could turn it around? Yes, I think there's a way they can turn it around. Do I think they will? I can't answer that definitively.
Yeah, I think everybody should say no.
Nothing in the 2 decades leads me to believe that they can do that.
Do you think they will? Everybody should say no. You guys know I'm pretty optimistic, and I always hope for the best with this team, but there's no way I'm going to be like, they will turn this around next year. No way.
The coaching hire has to be perfect. Like, we've said that forever. And this is my assumption that Alvin won't be back as the head coach. The hire has to be perfect. Not only does the hire have to be perfect, the staff has to be perfect. And whether that's Rico or that's Doug and Rico and a combination of guys, I don't care if it's Kenny Atkinson. Everybody seems to really love Kenny Atkinson. He seems to be a great developmental coach. You saw some growth during his time in Brooklyn. I certainly think he's another coach. He's a coach that deserves another opportunity as a head coach. But it seems that people really like him. There are guys like David Vanderpool out there. There's the constant, there's Eric Bieniemy of the NBA and Sam Cassell, a guy that people seem to really, really like, but doesn't get that opportunity. Whoever the coaching hire is, it has to be perfect. It has to be Monte's, and you've got to hit a couple of other things this offseason. I don't know that there's we talk about the Julius Randle stuff. We talk about John Collins. I don't know that those, we talk about hitting a home run. I don't know that those pitches are out there anymore. I mean, if they are, you swing at them. Like, no doubt. Do what you got to do with opening day coming up in a couple of days. We'll ride with the baseball analogy. But I'm not, man. I feel like a couple additions here. It doesn't have to be anything as drastic as a Julius Randle or a John Collins, and I'd be all for both of them. I just don't think they're there. I think the formula is there. I don't know that they could. I don't know that they can execute it without it blowing up in all our faces.
Well, one thing it seems like they have to do for sure this offseason, they need to get at least one person from Utah.
That's facts. That's facts. That's what we decided.
There's going to be some things going on in Utah, and you got to find a way to get one of them, whether it's Donovan, whether it's Rudy Gobert.
Guys, stop right there. Because what does Rudy do here?
Rudy, look, the way you asked that question, I would ask it the same way, the way you just asked it to me. Because I'm like, what I hear all the time is, they need a rim protector, and a defensive presence. I'm not sure how, to me personally, I think they need better perimeter defense first and foremost. Not saying they don't need a rim protector, But we talked about this for 2 seasons now with basketball. It all starts on the perimeter. Like you could have the best rim protector you want. If you're getting cooked on the perimeter, that's not a good look. So I think they need to toughen that up. But some people say you need a guy like Gobert, for instance, to help take the defensive burden off of Domantas Sabonis.
So
that's kind of what you're doing here.
But that's kind of what I was asking. How does that work?
Well, I'm not sure how it works, to be honest with you. I'm just saying giving you an example of what the people are saying. Okay. I don't know if I necessarily, me personally, if I really want Rudy, because I don't know if he fits with what they're doing. I think you need somebody, and I'm not saying this guy specifically, but you need a Trey Lyles type, this spread, a guy that can spread, and you use Domantas as a guy that 4 out 1 in, basically. You got him in different spots, whether on the block, at the high post, free throw line, at the nail, something like that. But if you have Rudy Gobert, I don't think he can play next to Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, I can't. And that was the one as we were kind of going through this. Like, I don't know how that works. But you mentioned Donovan, Rudy Gobert. Who else in Utah can we poach if this whole thing blows up?
I mean, there's rumors about the coach, Quinn Snyder.
That's another interesting one. As this was a discussion we were having earlier, is there's some weird, and we'll get into them here. There's some interesting. I was on Hoops Hype, and Hoops Hype really likes to throw some Bleacher Report stuff in there, so I constantly see it. So you got to take the Bleacher Report stuff for a grain of salt. But there's Doc in Philly, Mike D'Antoni taking his place. I guess we're just going to continue to appease James Harden the rest of his career. Again, it came from Bleacher Report.
Daryl Morey. We have to have a conversation about Daryl Morey again.
It came from Bleacher Report, so take it with a grain of salt.
I can believe it with Daryl Morey, though.
Yeah, I think with Daryl Morey, it feels like any of that stuff is believable.
I can believe it.
But there's like, okay, Vogel, Doc potentially to the Lakers. And then there was this whole Quinn Snyder thing, and it was like, if Quinn Snyder was available, that's like the perfect hire for Sacramento. But there's also Utah's going to the playoffs. Like, no matter what we think of them, they're going to the playoffs. If the Sacramento Kings make the decision to move on from Alvin Gentry, my guess is they're going to make that decision. My guess is they've already made the yes or no decision. They're going to announce it one way or another on Monday. And Quinn Snyder is not going to be available for the Sacramento Kings on Monday. And should the Utah Jazz go on to, you would be writing the hope that they're moving on from him. And there's no validity to any of this. It's just stuff that you hear around the NBA. We all read the same stuff, right? Like it's out there. There's issues in Utah. Utah may have run its course. They don't want to get to the point of essentially Portland diminishing returns. Right. So hey, let's make the move now before it's too late and see what we could do to spice this thing up.
If you're Monte McNair, if you're the Kings or whatever, what's the latest you will wait for Quinn Snyder to see if you have an opportunity with him? Because to be honest with you, if let's say they don't get out of the first round is going to be 2 weeks max. Like if you play game 7, I think that'll be on the following Saturday or Sunday. So you got 2 weeks. I think you can wait for that. Going to the second round, you're asking to wait. But what other you're still doing interviews in 2 weeks.
But that's what I mean. So that the answer to the answer to the question you asked me is I'd conduct my coaching search as if Quinn Snyder wasn't available. And then you're right. 2 weeks in, like, yeah, you probably have narrowed down candidates at that point. If they get eliminated, and that does wind up happening, certainly along the way, you got to take a look at the landscape. What did New York do? What did Philly do? What did Los Angeles do? What did I point those teams out. What did the rest of the league do? Right. You take a look around and you see that stuff. And should that time frame work out? Yeah, Quinn, we want to interview for our job down here. You also got to remember Quinn Snyder is going to be really sought after, even if like even if jobs are filled, if they go to the second round or whatever the case may be, when Snyder gets fired, he could just be like, I'm going to take a year off. I'm waiting. I'm not waiting. I'm not waiting. I'm not taking the Sacramento job. I'm waiting for. I can't think of a reasonable.
They're waiting for. I was going to say Phoenix, but none of those guys are good. Billy Donovan. I'm waiting for Chicago. I'm waiting for, and that's a shot at Billy Donovan. He was the only one I could think of. We know Boston's not going anywhere. Miami's not going anywhere. Like those. I don't know. And maybe he looks at it like that. Those jobs aren't going to be available. I could do something here with De'Aaron and DeMontis. I could do something with these guys. Yeah.
I just left the guard in a big. I could do this.
Mm-hmm.
We'll fix this. I'm going to be a hero here. They're not going to give me a statue. If they don't give Rick Adelman a statue, they ain't going to give me one. But if they give Rick one, they're going to build mine right next to his. We'll talk more basketball.
I think this job might be a little more roster-wise. Might be a little more appealing than people give it credit for.
Okay. You're talking about the Kings?
Mm-hmm.
I've got a response to that.
Well, I want to hear it.
And you will get it. As Kenny would say, on the other side. D'Lo and Casey come back here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Dr. David, that acknowledge me pick was funny. That's good stuff.
That was funny.
Acknowledge me.
I did, and it's on the DVR. It's on the DVR. I'm a little upset that they're going to do that whole thing in overseas. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The first
and Donald Glover was like, "Yeah, I'll do it, but I ain't coming back for it."
The first 2 episodes, I got some good chuckles.
Third arrest made in the downtown shooting. Jesse, let it go, buddy. Let it go.
Walking through that door.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's very true.
Rock ain't walking through that door.
Oh, is Rick Ross on the he sure is. He's on the latest episode of The Shop.
Ooh.
Yeah, on Friday. Rose, Asia Wilson. Let's go. I'm with that. And Rick, man, that dude, he got a bottle in his hand. It's either turned the wrong way or they darkened it.
Let me see. Where are you seeing this at?
Uninterrupted's Twitter feed. Or LeBron's, whichever. Or mine. Oh, man. Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
Chomp. But, I mean, there's another. That's not necessarily fair because I don't think De'Aaron's not that type of person, but he played locked in since the first of the year. He was getting after it, but I don't think you're ever going to see fire in De'Aaron's eyes.
Russ.
I think it might be a champagne bottle.
I thought it was Vylon too, but it looks a little too thick.
pushing Pete.
Yeah, I think they darkened it because even the back of the Bel Air bottle has writing on it.
That's true. That's true.
Rose. That's my nickname. Favorite match at Mania, Russ, was, I thought Bianca was awesome. And Bianca and Becky were awesome, and I enjoyed Seth and Cody. And I actually liked Roman and Brock. I really like Brock Lesnar.
Yeah. Everything was a spear, F5, suplex, but they did it great. Like it was.
They were all
I don't need them doing luchador moves. These guys are huge. I don't need all that.
The professor, Jason Jones, culture writer over at The Athletic, he's going to join us the final hour of this show. We appreciate you for being with us. Lots more we want to dive into here as we continue. You mentioned something right before the commercial break. You refresh my memory what it was? Because I told you I was going to answer it on the other side.
Let me see.
And you forgot too? Because I sure did forget.
No, because
we are the worst radio show.
Wait. I got it. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Okay, you got it. Here it is. In 3, 2, and
I said that it was about the roster. No way. It was about I said something to the effect of the roster. Somebody help us out.
I know what you said. You said the roster is more appealing than we're giving it credit for.
There we go. Thank you, Bryce.
It's gonna take us a while to get there, folks, but we'll get there. That really is what the Chatty House is here for, is to keep us on track or throw us off track, one or the other.
Both. I do think the roster may be a little more appealing to coaches than people give it credit for. That doesn't mean it's the best.
I got you.
People give it credit for.
I got you, though. But how much of a coach's concern is less about the roster, less about De'Aaron or Domantas Sabonis or any of that stuff? Like, you could be sold a plan by Monte McNair, but you hear we just got done talking about John Collins and Julius Randle, and we got done we're talking about Quinn Snyder and the Utah Jazz and the New Orleans Pelicans. You hear rumbles, you hear whispers, you hear things. And coaches hear that stuff turned up to 10. People in the league hear that stuff turned up from people, around these situations. Sacramento has a stigma.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, the stigma is named Vivek Ranadive. And there's a belief that, whether, Vivek could be, involved with what Monte's trying to do. Vivek could be involved with what you're trying to do. Now, I don't know if any of this is true or not, but I know it's out there.
Mm-hmm.
And if I know it's out there, Quinn Snyder knows it's out there. David Vanderpool knows it's out there. Kenny Atkinson knows it's out there. Like, they know there is a reason that this team hasn't been to the playoffs for 16 years.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason that under Vivek's leadership, there's been coaches, there have been firings. James tells the story regularly, as recently as last week. There are planned coaching firings. So, that's for someone like Quinn Snyder. Shoot, man, maybe even for someone like Kenny Atkinson, it's like, hey, y'all, at some point, you got to believe certain candidates are going to be like, nah, I'm good.
No, for sure, there are some, but like.
So while your point may be true about the roster, I think there are other circumstances that could have a coach looking sideways at this organization.
Absolutely. But I also feel like when we talk about desirable, like our guy Rory goes, if the Kings were such a desirable coaching destination, then they would have fired Luke in the offseason. I mean, that's not even the point I was getting at. But when you talk
it
about
also doesn't make sense given the fact that most people think Luke was kept here because of the amount of money he's owed. But that's okay. Let Rory rock.
But like when you talk about desirable, like nobody's saying that people are itching to get to the Kings organization and do that. But how I would do it if I were a coaching candidate, I'd have a conversation with the Kings and see what's going on. I mean, it's still the NBA, right? It's still the NBA. You got 32 of them. If you're, some guy, if you're Quinn Snyder, yeah, you might have all the options in the world. But if you're Kenny Atkinson, you may have one opportunity. What you go? No, I'm not going to take the Kings job. I'm going to wait for when Boston's job is available. No, Kenny Atkinson. If somebody's trying to hire you, like, you at least take the call and you figure out what's going on. You know what I mean? Like,
I completely agree. And I think one thing, we were talking about potential vacancies and all this different stuff. You talk about things that they could have going for them. When you look at, like, there's unless we have a Brad Stevens situation, which comes straight out of nowhere. Miami, probably Milwaukee. I mean, there's rumblings about Philadelphia, but if those rumblings are accurate, they might already have like their target in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Even Chicago, certainly Toronto, Cleveland, Atlanta, they're not looking for coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Brooklyn's not looking for a coach. I doubt Charlotte's looking for like you look at those. You look at the teams. Mike Malone going somewhere. Our man Jenkins, he going somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Kerr, none of these. Jason Kidd, none of these guys are going anywhere. So your picks are Sacramento, Houston, Oklahoma. Those are your picks if you're a potential coaching candidate.
Yeah. And I look at it like this. I would say when it feels like you're a Kings coach and you really want to do this, like you're really trying to be the coach there or a coach in this league, so it's a free opportunity. Sacramento, you get that on your resume that you were a head coach. If it goes bad, nobody's going to believe it's your fault. You'll get another opportunity.
It depends who you are. Yeah, I think it depends. Like Dave Yeager was I know like some people don't like to acknowledge this.
Mm-hmm.
Dave Yeager was a really, really good coach before he got here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying he was a bad coach here. I'm saying when you look at his record before he got here, he was really, really good. And his overall win total as a head coach dropped significantly after his time with the Sacramento Kings. Dave Yeager's the guy who I thought would probably get another job offer and hasn't.
So what has it been 2 years, 3 years or whatever? And he was
Luke, Alvin. So
wasn't he in consideration for a job last year? I forgot.
I think he was, and I can't remember which one it was, but I think you're right.
Yeah.
He was in consideration for one.
So, and guys like Yeager, guys like Kenny Atkinson, Rick Adelman's son, like, with all due respect to them, these guys aren't, they're not Pop, they're not Steve Kerr, where if they get fired today, Pop and Kerr, they could have a job tomorrow, no doubt about it. Like, these guys are guys that still have to prove themselves to a certain degree in the league. And in one aspect, they may look at it as, I got one more shot at me. Kenny Atkinson, I got one more shot. This doesn't work in Sacramento, I might not be getting another head coaching job. So they may be hesitant. I get that. Be like, my next job has to be my best shot because I got one more shot at this head coaching thing. Or you could look at it and say, hey, if I go to New York, that's not like a great situation either. You want to talk about the owner and then talk about Vivek, James Dolan.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, there's crazy owners everywhere. I need to find the best situation for me to succeed. And when you look at this roster, you look at a Fox, you look at Sabonis, you look at, if you have a conversation with Monte and he talks about his plans in the offseason, draft pick, all this other stuff.
You got Harrison and Davion too.
Yeah, Harrison and Davion. Absolutely. So my thing is, while it's not, I don't think Sacramento is top 3 on anybody's list ever.
Mm-hmm.
It's not this place where you don't even take the meeting.
Yeah, but the thing is, it might not be. It might be top 3 because there's only 3. You know what I mean? There might not, and I don't know what vacancies will like. normally you can look and you can go, okay, this job's going to be open. Technically, Alvin is an interim head coach. The job, it's technically it's open, right? That's what they were fighting about or discussing was interim head coach title versus head coach title. But everything else is speculate. We think Frank Vogel is gone, and I think that's a pretty solid belief to think that Frank Vogel is gone. Outside of that, New York, Utah, we're throwing darts and guessing right now. What's Pop gonna do? You talk about a team that could, like, we talk about Quinn Snyder. You talk about a team that could literally just wait and do nothing. It's the San Antonio Spurs. They could just sit there. I'll stick around. Let's see what Quinn Snyder does. I'll stick it. That's the guy you want. I'll stay here. If Quinn Snyder's not here, I'll stick around for another. He could dictate everything that San Antonio does going forward, and they could be in no rush. Because Pop could be like, "Oh, Quinn Snyder, okay, I'll retire."
Yeah,
let's get Quinn Snyder in here and pick up right where we left off.
What do you think about the thought process that it's so damaged here in Sacramento? The reputation, the word around the league with having to work with Vivek if you're a coach. What do you think about the scenario where they may have to build from within? If they came out and they said, like, does it have to be an outsider, in your opinion? And specifically, I'm talking Doug and Bobby. I'll throw Bobby in there.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. My concern with that is, it's funny. I think about James saying this as it pertains to Alvin. When Luke was struggling and there was rumblings of a change coming, and like, okay, what are you going to do? You're going to make Alvin the head coach, and then he makes Alvin the head coach. And James was always like, well, you're already here. If you got something to say, why can't you say it now? Why can't you get through to them now? And now, and I didn't think it was fair when James said that. I thought the seats are totally different. It's a very different. It's a very different job when you're the assistant coach versus the head coach. Now I find myself doing what James did, looking at Doug going, well, if Doug is the guy, why isn't he doing nothing now? Why isn't he getting through now? How come what he's saying to these guys, and we know he's saying something, isn't ringing through? Again, I recognize the hypocrisy. It's that Doug doesn't have Alvin's job. It's a very, very different job. I won't hate it if Doug is the head coach, and I mean, I'll root Doug on unapologetically every step of the way. I don't know that it's the best move, but at the same time, and I feel like I've been like transparent with this, I don't know what the best move is.
Right.
That's not my. I don't know. It's Kenny Atkinson. Cool. Like we'll get Jill on the phone. So we'll have weekly coach updates with Jill Adge beginning next week. Like she'll know. Like why Kenny Atkinson? She's doing a whole series of podcasts on this right now. Why David Vanderpool? Why is it David Adelman? Why him? Why this guy? Why that guy? Why Doug Christie? Because I can give you the why not Doug Christie, but my why not isn't fair. He's not the head coach right now. He only has a certain role on this team. Just like when James was critical of Alvin, I didn't think it was fair. Now I'm being critical of Doug. And honestly, I'm being critical of the entire staff in the same way. If you're here, if you're the answer, you're not getting through right now. And you haven't been.
But I'll also, and I know you understand this. I'm just, for conversation's sake. Maybe if Doug's head coach, you don't start Justin Holiday.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
In Doug's seat, you got to, all right, well, that's what he wants to do. So I'm going to try and make
I'm gonna do my job.
Yeah. You know what I mean? But it's something as simple as that, rotations and starting guys and combinations. And he may have a completely different outlook for what he believes this team could be, this roster can be. And it's not his place or his time to execute what his vision is in the seat that he's in right now. He gets into a seat. All right. With all due respect to the two guys that were here previously, these are some things that needed to change that I've been seeing for a minute, and it just wasn't my place to go in there and do it. He may have suggested certain things to Luke and Alvin, but at the end of the day, it's Luke and Alvin's decision. All Doug could do is suggest, and for those other guys, I'm just using this as an example. Somebody on the team. This is a complete hypothetical. Dante DiVincenzo is upset that he's not starting at 2. And he's like, man, why? He's talking to Doug. Why they got Justin starting over me? All Doug can do is try and work him through that mentally and say, hey, I know you're frustrated. Try to remember this. Try to do that. Da 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 da. He can't change what's happening. He may just look at it like, I know, I get it. Just do the best you can because I understand. Like, you know what I mean? There are a lot of different things that are outside his control, and maybe if he's in charge, a lot of things would change. A lot of things.
You also got to do, I think, what I wasn't a big fan of Steve Nash getting that Brooklyn job, but one thing that I think that he did he went and got Mike D'Antoni to join him, at least for the first season. You got to, I feel like, probably not Alvin Gentry, but you need an established coach by your side who can, help you, figure some things out along the way. I want to, this show we try to make this show as interactive as possible. We recognize a lot of people are working right now, and sometimes the chat house is the best way to get in. So I want to acknowledge something that our man Gregory L wrote over here on youtube.com/ESPN1320. He says, Doug coddles these players too much. He's been doing it since he was on the radio. This team needs a guy to come in and kick ass. That's fine, but you need to understand something too, Gregory, and anyone else who may feel that way about Doug. Doug's job on the radio and on television is very, very different than his job as a head coach. Particularly when you're a television personality, you work for the Sacramento Kings. You think those dudes are going to go out there and be overly critical? Absolutely not. We laugh like hell that one game, and I wish I had this joker on DVR when KD and Kenny were going in on the Kings, and you just knew someone said something in their ear because their tone flipped quick, and the entire tenor of the conversation. But that's the job of television. Like, you're talking to a different type of fan base, right? You're talking to a different portion of the fan base. You're talking to, and you're talking as a representative of the team. Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. We could talk. Ain't no hand up our butt telling us what to say. We can say what we want. Ain't nobody gonna call us and say you can't say that. Ain't nobody gonna reach out to our man PDX and tell him, hey, reel your boys in. No. We could talk. That's what we do. When you're over there or you're doing television, it's different. Don't confuse TV Doug for Coach Doug.
Right.
Not the same thing.
And look, I'll be completely in those situations. Doug got a family to feed. I'm not ain't nobody
doing
asking,
the job he was hired for.
Ain't nobody asking him and Kenny and Drapes to go on here and just wild out on the team just because you're keeping it real. Yeah, keeping it real keep you unemployed too. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you got us for that.
Right.
Our employment does not hinge on whether they're happy with us or not.
Right. So it was kind of wild for anybody to ask them to do things that you probably wouldn't do in those situations, right? But the other thing about that too, and Gregory, you just brought it up. We're not trying to get on you or nothing like that. You just brought up points, and we're talking about it. Is we don't know how Doug is with these guys behind closed doors. We don't know how Doug is. We don't know how Luke was or Alvin is or anything like that. Because I know personally, like for me as a coach, and it's a little different because I'm dealing with kids, and when I was coaching with the high schoolers and stuff like that, I was always conscious of. I would tell, I'm not going to embarrass you. I'm not going to embarrass you in public. Like, if you do something I don't like, it's intense. I'll be like, hey, get it together, or, run this play or something like that. I was very conscious. So I don't want to embarrass you out there. Now in practice, when there's nobody in the stands and it's closed doors, you may hear what I have to say. And it may be different than what I would do if the cameras were out there or people were out there. But some people, a lot of people appreciated that. They knew I was going to keep it real with you. I'm never going to embarrass you. That's not what I'm here to do.
There's a reason Coach K's practices have been closed for the last 30 years. There is a reason for it. Mm-hmm. And there's probably a very, 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 very small handful of people outside his players in the entire world that know why.
Yeah.
Because he'll let you have it.
All right. So
in very descriptive terms, he'll let you have it.
Right. And we just bring all this up to say, don't mistake what we see on TV or what you might have heard in the past to Doug not being an ass kicker. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like Doug, I know Doug enough. You know him a lot more than I do. Doug will get after you. Mm-hmm. When it comes to basketball, like he's kind of wired like me. He's serious about basketball. Right? He's serious about it. And if you're not doing what you're supposed to do, we're going to tell you about it. There is no coddling. We're serious about hoop here.
And Doug is serious about his job, whether it's his job as a television announcer, whether it's his job as a radio show host, or whether his job as a coach. He's going to put 110% into everything he does. I mean, he was a professional basketball player, for God's sakes. You don't fall into those types of situations. And as Jacob point out, non-TV Doug literally punched someone in the face. You talking about you want an ass kicker? Non-TV Doug literally punched somebody in the face. So you have that.
And there's another thing too, going back to what Gregory said, and then John Poles talks about it too. He goes, nowadays youth has to be coddled. You can't tell them, and if you do, you're the bad guy. You can't yell at them, and if you do, you're a bad guy. I don't necessarily agree with that at all. I think you can yell at them if you've established a relationship and respect.
That's it.
Like if you've established, some of these kids, you're right. You can't just walk into the door and start talking crazy to them. They'll tune out. And I don't think that's necessarily just a this generation problem. I think that's just people. Like if you haven't, there are some people where if you haven't established a rapport and trust in a relationship, don't come in here yelling at me. Who the hell are you?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
But if you establish a relationship where they trust you and they know that regardless of how something's being said, you always have their best, what's best for them in mind. I think all these guys in the NBA, these guys coming out of college, you can yell at them for sure. They got to trust you though. You have to establish that bond and that trust from the get-go.
Becky was able to yell at players on the Spurs because they respected her.
Mm-hmm.
Pop, I think, started yelling at players as a bit. Like it always became such a big deal. He'd yell at Tony Parker or Tim Duncan in year 17 or something. Yeah. But Tim Duncan didn't care. Tony Parker didn't care. Man, no one on the San Antonio Spurs cared because he had earned their respect. And in that moment, they probably knew it was I think Alvin said something about this regarding Davion. Players know. High IQ players know when they miss something. Shoot, there was the famous Alvin yelling at Buddy when Alvin was wrong. Right. Buddy was trying to tell Alvin, like, no. Here's what happened. It was Alvin that was wrong, and he apologized to Buddy, and I think he publicly apologized about yelling at Buddy in that sense. Point I'm making is guys on the floor know, like they know where they know when they miss something, and that's normally when you see Pop yelling at someone, it's because, yo, what are you doing?
Right.
You know you're not supposed to be there. We've done this a million. Like, what are you doing? It's a yell of disappointment.
Yeah,
that's what it is. It's a yell. I don't know why Kenny yells at these kids, but
because I love them.
Oh, okay. All right. How's practice been over the last week?
We haven't had the practice the way I wanted to because we're trying to the gym.
Mine's that big deal last and look at it, just soft.
The gym, it's the gym. The gym is getting some work done. Okay. So we hadn't been able to get in there the way I want to. But best believe when we get in there the way I want to, we got work to do. They did a really good job over the weekend. So we played over the weekend. They did really good.
Okay.
Yeah. So
are you good with Doug as are you down with Coach Christie?
Yeah, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. I trust, and I understand
Coach,
all the concerns. I understand all the concerns. I get it. But Doug is a winner.
Coach Christie over Coach Jackson?
That's a tough one too, because to be honest with you, and this is no slight to Doug, Bobby done paid his dues.
Yeah. Okay.
Bobby done paid his dues, and
I hear you. Okay. We'll talk about it. We'll head around the NBA as well, because boy, the all NBA situation is going to be awfully interesting. We'll dive into that. Lots more good stuff ahead here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Showtime.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Get in here. Let me get my timer right here. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Shout out Ryan and the whole crew over there. And man, I gotta tell you this. I was checking my schedule. I was checking what's going on in the world with the world of boxing. And last week, I was like, man, there's got to be a fight on. To my surprise, there wasn't a fight on. I was like, man, tough weekend. Well, what boxing was doing, where they were just getting me ready for what's going on this weekend, because it's crazy this weekend. It is crazy. April 9th has a mother load of a schedule for boxing. We start with Triple G going up against Yota Murata. I don't know who the guy is. Triple G fighting another no-name, just trying to secure the bag and make sure he doesn't lose until he faces Canelo. He's been doing this for the last, 2-3 years or whatever the case may be. I don't expect anything different here. I expect him to come out of this with a victory and then face Canelo in their third fight, which nobody wants to see. But I expect that to happen. But you also got Ryan Garcia making his comeback fight. And look, Ryan Garcia is who he is. Some people love him. Some people hate him. Some people think he's overrated. Some people think, he's the next, he really is King Rye. I think he's talented. I don't think he's ready for the big time, the Tanks, the Devin Haney's, even the Cambosas at this point. I don't think he's on that level. But I'm going to tell you this. Ryan Garcia good for the game. Having him out there, having him in the spotlight is good for the game, man. I have no problem having Ryan Garcia there, and I'm glad to see him back. I want to see him back in the game for sure. And then also Showtime, they got their thing going on as well, and this might be the best fight. No, ain't no might about it. This is the best fight of the weekend. Erickson Lubin going up against Sebastian Fundora. Oh my, that's big time. Fundora is the big tall guy in the junior middleweight division who's like 6'6" with this crazy reach. Erickson Lubin is one of the most underrated junior middleweights in the game, and he was a lightweight, not a lightweight, a welterweight at some point as well. Underrated. This is a hell of a fight. So boxing weekend gonna be popping. I can't wait. I'm gonna be sitting back ready for it. That's the 13th round. Good for the game, man. Good. You need the Adrian Broners. You need the Ryan Garcias. You need them. Nice. Yeah, he gotta be here before they try to do something stupid. Yeah, they don't even care, but they do something stupid. He can be that. He can be that. That's fine. We'll talk crazy about him afterwards, or while he's on there. Yeah, he come on here and sound stupid if he wants to. Have any of you guys? I'll wait for Damien to come back because I want to ask him this too. Oh, this is crazy. That's the sponsor. Yo, that is a blast from the past, and it's working because I may need to go to the grocery store today. This is what,
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I don't. Okay. All right. We could do it.
Oh, bro, we can laugh at them. This is just wow. Oh, yeah, that's not a real person.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook as well. The professor, Jason Jones, set to join us just about 1 hour from right now. If you want to get in.
Go ahead. Finish that. My bad.
916-349-1320. So
I was going to say, did you see the 3-on-3 college basketball tournament?
I actually stumbled across it. I did see it. I saw it.
Yeah.
I did not watch it. I was like, what is this? No.
So I have that on in the screen in the studio here. And I mean, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I'm all in. I want to see how this finishes out.
Mm-hmm.
But man, the sponsor on here, you want to talk about why it's important to call people like Justine and salespeople and get in.
Yep.
Guess who's sponsoring this thing? And I'm ready to go to a local Safeway or Bel Air.
Queen in the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil.
That'd be a major win. That'd be a major win if that was the case. They're on the Late Show for not having that. But Dunkaroos. Do you remember Dunkaroos?
Dunkaroos. No.
It's a random little kid snack, but it is. I got to go get some. I didn't know they were still making them. I got to go get some.
You know what the sad part is? I believe you. I believe at 4 o'clock when the streaming, you're going,
no,
what is it? A cookie? What is it?
It's like a little cookie, It's literally like something that would go in a Lunchable maybe, but
okay,
the cookie, and they have the cookie and the icing are separate basically, and you dip the cookie into the icing. Now the Dunkaroos were a bomb, and they're back.
I can't front. I don't think I've ever had anything along those lines.
Dunkaroos, bro.
I need to pull it up and I never had these, and they're the presenting sponsor for the NCAA 3-on-3 tournament.
They're one of them. The main one, I think, is we won't name them. This should be McQueen, but the main one is something like that. Okay. And then there's like another one. It's like Rocket Mortgage, and then it's Dunkaroos.
Vanilla cookies and vanilla frosting with rainbow sprinkles.
Dunkaroos were a bomb.
It's crazy.
I didn't know they still made them.
That's amazing. They're Betty Crocker. It's phenomenal. I just learned something today. It's amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing. 916-349-1320. I didn't forget we were talking about Bobby. I want to talk about Bobby, but I'm anxious to talk to Billy here for a second. Billy, what's happening?
Yes, sir. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, you mentioned De'Aaron Fox. I'm a 7-year Kings season ticket holder. I talked to a lot of my friends too that are, and we want to know what the Kings are going to do with De'Aaron Fox in the off season. Can we trade him for Brandon Ingram or a good star 3 wingman? Because let's face it, he's a quitter. De'Aaron Fox is. He doesn't play hard, and he doesn't even want to play. So
that's not fair. That's not fair.
Yeah, I mean,
your first question, like you're not getting Brandon Ingram for De'Aaron Fox.
And thanks for listening, Billy. We appreciate the call.
I'll put it to you like this, Billy. Anybody that you want, you're not getting for De'Aaron Fox. Mainly because anybody that you want, they're not getting traded. So that it's not as much to say about De'Aaron Fox or the fact that you want these guys. Like I want them too. I want Brandon Ingram too, but these guys don't become available like that. So I think that's that. But the other stuff, that's a little unfair to Fox, man.
I don't think it's De'Aaron's decision to not be playing right now. Like maybe the idea was he was going to miss a game, and then Sabonis goes down, and we all know what time it is. There ain't no point in him being out there, especially after Sabonis gets hurt. Like the last thing, because I know everybody thought the same thing when the team gathered around Sabonis and he's holding his knee. It's like, cool, there went next year. Awesome. So I guess we really do need to have a conversation about tanking next year, because we sure as hell ain't going nowhere without Sabonis and without Tyrese Halliburton. So, but thankfully that wasn't the case. And honestly, when Alvin becomes Alvin will be available like 5 o'clock. I don't.
They're done for the season.
Yeah, I think it's okay. We all know. Just say it. Like it's not like a competitive advantage. Like no one cares. Like it's fine. Just announce they're done for the year. But I mean, at the same time, I know there are a lot of people who feel like Billy does. And his question was, what are you going to do with De'Aaron Fox this offseason? What are the Kings going to do? Nothing.
No,
what De'Aaron's going to do
around him. That's what is
De'Aaron going to do to me? That's far bigger of a question. Is De'Aaron going to go with the slim down, Caribbean Ocean, black sand body that he posted on IG, or is he going to be the dude in the weight room 2 minutes later that were like, hey man, what happened to your abs? Like I would prefer vacation De'Aaron over that vacation that was in that dude that was in the weight room De'Aaron.
And I'm gonna say this. I think you get that De'Aaron. I think you get the vacation De'Aaron. I think he understands the urgency of this offseason and this upcoming season. I think you're gonna see De'Aaron Fox coming in ready to play. I really believe that. And it's make or break for him and this franchise this season.
You asked a question, or I asked you a question about Bobby Jackson and Doug Christie. We were, outlining kind of the pros and the cons with each of those guys potentially being, or particularly with Doug Christie being a head coach. And you said, it'd be tough to not give the nod to Bobby Jackson because Bobby Jackson has paid his dues. So I want to ask you this: is there a detriment to the fact that Doug has been here, but he hasn't been in there? He hasn't been on this coaching staff for years. Bobby, is there such a thing as like Bobby's been here too long?
Yeah, there's such a thing as that. Yeah,
to take over this team. Like he has his role in Stockton, but I mean, like he's just been was he on Jaeger's staff? Like I can't remember that.
I think he was. He was.
Jaeger, Luke.
Yeah, he was
in Stockton, and
he's been part of the organization for a long, long time now. You know what I'm saying? He started TV, and when that
he do radio hits, forget he's on the radio and start cussing. He's like Rick Ross out there when you're having a conversation with him about basketball.
So there is an element of him being here too long. Like it's almost what they say in the media, right? Like to get your break, it's not going to be here. Like you have to go away.
I have a photo from last night that says otherwise.
Hey man, I'm living the dream, baby. I'm living the dream. But that may be Bobby's situation, where Bobby, if he wants to be a head coach somewhere, it's not going to happen here in Sacramento.
Yeah.
And it's a little unfortunate, for somebody that has.
It could be great for him though. Experience a different organization.
Yep.
Get out there, see how the other things are done. Speaking of, sort of, it's not speaking of anything. It fits. Mike Bibby is in fact not the head coach of Sac State basketball. That job went to David Patrick, who
big up Stan. I gotta give him my air horns. Welcome to Sac, David Patrick.
Jesse alerted to us. Did I get this right? David Patrick is Ben Simmons' godfather?
Wow. Ben Simmons to Sacramento.
what he's going to coach Sac State, or he's
No,
just going
he's
to come
gonna-
hang out with his coach?
He's gonna be on the team. He's gonna be on the Kings.
Okay. Oh, you down for that? All of a sudden?
It depends on who they're giving up.
Ben Simmons said, "I'm excited for Coach Patrick to take on the role as the head coach at Sacramento State. He is one of the most underrated coaches and recruiters in the country. When I went through the recruiting process, there was never a doubt that I wanted to be coached by him. He is more than a coach. He is family. He cares deeply about his players, not only as it relates to basketball, but also life. Sac State is getting more than a brilliant coach. They are getting a guy who will create a culture of success, support, and accountability. I'm excited for the current players. I'm excited for the current players to be able to experience a coach who will not only make them better basketball players, but better men. I'm looking forward to watching Sacramento State's success over the coming years." Again, that's from Ben Simmons.
What? I ain't never heard Ben Simmons say, type, or write more than 10 words in his career. And this guy had one of the most thoughtful notepad sayings of his career. Wow. That's what's up. I'm not even mad. I'm not mad at him. I'm just shocked. Like, wait a minute. What?
It's the Ben Simmons babyface turn.
Well,
so okay.
I'm glad that, you know, he's making that move and that decision, and he's supporting the Sac State head coach. I'm all for it.
Speaking of,
I'm just in shock still. That's all it is. I'm not mad at Ben Simmons. I just can't believe all the words that were.
There's nothing to be mad about. Like, that was a very thoughtful statement.
Nice, very thoughtful. I just don't expect that from Ben Simmons. Once again, I've heard the man say 10 words in the whole time that I've known he existed.
Well, you didn't actually hear him say anything, to be fair. Like,
You've never seen him tweet before.
He'll post a picture on IG, though. But I don't know that Ben Simmons has Twitter.
Where was this from? I thought it was on his Twitter.
I don't know. I got it from Sean Cunningham. That's where I get all my news from.
Jesse, didn't you say he tweeted out something earlier? Oh.
Yeah, I don't think Ben Simmons has a Twitter.
Bro, fam. This guy made a statement. He didn't even go on his socials. He got out to the PR company this statement. That's it. This is just bizarre. Once again, not mad at it at all. This is you can't even get this guy to talk about when he's going to play basketball again. But David Patrick, he comes out with a whole essay.
You're reacting so strangely to this.
I'm just shocked. Two different times. I was like, did David Patrick write this? And then you kept talking about David Patrick. And I was like, no, he didn't. Wait, did I hear Damian right? David Patrick did this. No. It was Ben Simmons all along. I'm just shocked. This is the most shocking thing I've seen all day.
We blew Kenny's mind today. That's what happened. Just Sean tweeted something that Ben Simmons said. And
look, I'm not alone. Ramsey's too. Highly shocked.
Okay. Just think about what you just did right there. You just partnered yourself up with Ramsey. Like, think about that for a second. I want you to let that sink in over the course of the next few minutes. You just partnered yourself up with Ramsey. But since we're talking about Ben Simmons here, is Brooklyn maybe a little bit fraudulent?
Well, fraudulent is a championship contender for sure. I think I'm gonna have to run that back. I was watching some stuff, listening to some stuff. They just don't play enough defense. And if Seth Curry isn't back in time, and you add to the fact they don't have Joe Harris, they don't have Ben Simmons,
and that's why they don't have him. He was typing out thoughtful statements about the new Sac State coach. Right. Kyrie. Kevin Durant said, like yesterday or the day before, that his injury derailed the entire Brooklyn Nets season. And I think their record without Kevin during that stretch was just like brutal. Do you think that is that a fair assessment of the Brooklyn Nets season? It was derailed by Kevin Durant's injury.
A little bit. I think it was also derailed by James Harden.
I was going to say multiple things can be true.
Yeah.
like yes, your season is jacked up because of your injury. for sure.
James Harden decided to quit, and he didn't want to be there.
That was a problem as well. Oh, James Harden quit. That's stunning. Wait, he quit on the Rockets?
Not this time. It was a different team.
He quit on the Nets.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
And now Philadelphia, according to Bleacher Report, is preparing to get Doc Rivers out of there so they could hire Mike D'Antoni because Mike D'Antoni will make James Harden happy. Okay. I love how people just repeat mistakes over and over again. It's comical to me. Absolutely comical.
The James Harden that we know and some people don't love, he's gone. He's not that player no more. He's a very good ball player.
I guarantee you that's over.
Yeah, that's over. He's a very good ball player still, but like what was that, 2018, 2019 Rockets Harden, that's done. He ain't that no more.
Yeah, and the fun part about this and the fun part about the next few years is he doesn't know it. And he's not going to believe that. He's going to continue. You know what? He's going to become Lakers Russell Westbrook, where things just don't fall for him. Things just don't work. He can't click. He just nothing works right for him. That's James Harden's future.
He can shoot a little better than Russ, though.
That's James Harden's future, in my opinion. I don't know what Russell.
Like starting now?
No, not starting now. Starting soon. Russell Westbrook's future is fascinating. The Lakers are going to miss the playoffs, dude. They
can get eliminated tonight.
That's going to happen. The Lakers are going to miss the play. Are they eliminated if the Pelicans beat the Kings? Is that how it works? Or is it?
I think it's the Spurs.
It's the Spurs. Okay. Who do the Spurs have tonight?
I think
Spurs got Denver.
Yeah.
I think it's got Denver tonight.
I think it's the Spurs.
What is on the? Let's see. We got
some Lakers.
Oh, there's a lot of basketball tonight.
Yeah, they did what they're supposed to do. They did what they're supposed to do. They took off yesterday, gave the young boys the platform. That's how it always should be. I remember a couple times they played on National Championship Day, and I was like, "What are you doing?
Yeah,
stop this."
You got Memphis and Utah. You got some decent. We mentioned San Antonio. They're playing Denver. How do you So there's multiple conversations going on here. There's the All NBA conversation and there's the MVP conversation. How do you think this shakes out when the top 3 candidates for the MVP? And now Kenny and I we had to look this up earlier this morning. Giannis, in terms of All NBA for the last 3 or 4 years or whatever, he's been a forward. So I think last year it was Giannis and Jokic. So 2 of the 3, Giannis and I guess Giannis is the shoo-in for All NBA. It's just going to be, is it Jokic or Joel who gets the first team nod?
Wow.
And then you have the MVP. It's crazy to think Joel or Jokic for that matter is going to be an all second team. Not that again, all second team, you're talking the 10 best players in the game.
Right.
But man, that's tough.
And like you mentioned, you add in the dynamic that these may be the 2 best players in the league. And one of them is going to have to be looked at it being 6th or something like that. It's a crazy, but the craziest dynamic about it is, and they, forgive me if I missed it, they didn't fix this. These things are still tied into stuff contractually and incentives and stuff like that, right?
Oh yeah.
And that's the unfortunate part about it.
Yep.
Because you look at somebody like Joel Embiid, and what if it's another 1.5 million or something if he's an All NBA first team? And there's no reason for him not to be the first on a first team aside from you have to do it by position.
But normally, and I could those, it's not like his it's a bonus, right? It's an incentive. It's not.
It's an extra amount of money that you earned essentially, but because somebody's voting on it or they don't, whatever,
else, and it's like 1.5, from the. You're using Joel as an example. So it's 1.5 from Philly. It's like 1.5 from Nike.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you know, if he's on Gatorade, it's like 1.5 from Gatorade, or you know, whatever the number that you said is. But yeah, it could be, you know, all first teams and MVPs garner huge bonuses like from your endorsement companies.
And Jesse brings up a great point. I forgot about this. I was thinking about Paul George, but this is the latest one. And Bradley Beal was another one as well, I think. But Jason Tatum missed out on an extra $30 million last season. $30 million.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't selected to. It was just the first team selection.
That's
right.
That's a is it first team or is it all NBA, Jesse? And that's the Derrick Rose rule, right?
Which is
like you are eligible for a higher increase if you make all NBA team or MVP.
I don't know. It was Derrick Rose who
was Derrick Rose, because Derrick Rose won the MVP in his like third season, and that created that essentially is what created like this. If you make one of those all NBA teams in that first contract, you get bumped up to that higher tier. I feel like Donovan might have been one of those guys too, but that might be wrong. I feel like because Donovan, Tatum, they're all in that same.
Right.
No one made a big deal about De'Aaron missing out on it.
I wasn't gonna say it.
Well, I mean, he's eligible for it. It just doesn't get the same coverage as everybody else.
His deal, I think it's a base of 164 or something like that, and it could be as high. Like if he would have made All NBA all the years, it could have got as high as 194. But there's still like, off the top of my head, I don't have all the. I think there's like $10 to $15 million extra he could make on his deal right now if he makes these All NBA teams or something like that.
I mean, he's not starving.
He's not
like this. This isn't the NFL where you desperately have to like win something to where you're shark in any given Sunday.
But he needs 2 more tackles,
he
2 more
needs
sacks,
2 more sacks. So he's going to go out there with his brain half gone because he needed that $1 million bonus.
$1 million bonus. On the flip side, though, hey man, I don't care how much. I don't care how good I'm eating. $15 million. And some guy that don't know what the hell he talking about is gonna keep me from making $15 million.
That's what they do. Man. They should have. And I don't know what the solution is to it. Like, you want to have all NBA teams, and I don't know who you turn the vote over to, because didn't they have players vote in the All-Star game and Ben Simmons got votes?
Yeah,
like
that's trash.
like
that's absolutely trash. The answer is to not have these things tied to your contracts.
I'm good with that. Yeah, I'm good with that. But then I'm good with that. But then again, the Derrick Rose thing comes into play. So you win Rookie of the Year and MVP in the first 3 years of your time in the league, and you get nothing for it.
Yeah,
I mean, again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just trying to play the other side of it. I hate that this stuff is tied to it, because you have situations,
all right, like this,
like $30 million, like that's money it's just gone. Like, you can't get it back. It's gone.
Or if, in what you said is a perfect scenario, why they have something like that. I don't want to hear from these guys complaining about journalists voting, because you could end all that if you accept, like, hey, I might win MVP in my second year, but my money is capped. If you're like, no, I want an opportunity to get more, this is part of it. Then you can't have it both ways.
Well, I don't know the guys. Do they complain?
Really mad. I don't think Tatum was mad. I think Bradley Beal and Paul George were really upset.
I can see Paul George being mad. Bradley Beal surprises me a little bit, but I can see Paul George being mad. I don't know why. I like Paul George. I'm a huge fan of Paul George, but I could see it. Like, I get it. I get it. I could see Tatum riding with it though, thinking I'll just I'll get that money on my next deal. Like that Supermax is going to be there for me. I ain't going nowhere. But the all NBA thing, and I think there are higher bonuses for sure for first, second, and third team, like the way that's tiered. But this should, and you could tease your answer if you want to. I definitely want to ask Jason Jones this: should LeBron be all NBA? And I might channel my inner Billy here, who called a few minutes ago and was talking about De'Aaron Fox. You think Bron just is kind of, yeah, I'm good. Y'all figure this out without me. I'll give you time to think about it. I'll give you time. I'll give you time to think about it. We'll come back.
That's my boy. I don't really want to put him like that, but man. Oof.
Hey, your name's on the dot. Your name's on the test now, partner. You got to answer these hard hitting questions. So we'll do that. We'll dive back into the Kings as well. They'll play their final home game in 3, 2, and
it's live, pal.
They'll play their final home game of the season tonight at the Golden One Center, and we'll talk to Jason Jones of The Athletic. That's all coming up here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah. I feel like some champagne, but who the hell just opens a bottle of champagne on fucking Tuesday? No, a dummy. That's who. Okay, cool. Good stuff. Shoot, I'm looking forward to your vacation because when the show's over at 4, the show is over. Because if you think I'm diving into Twitch and trying to figure out that shit again, man, I might cut one a day because I don't know how you did it. I forgot about that. Man, the webcams really need some attention. Look, we see y'all. We got it. Webcams, chat. We got you. Thank you. Go somewhere else. Yes, that is in fact accurate. Olivia Wood. Olivia Wood, in fact, pop some champagne on a Tuesday. That's facts. Champagne. People think it's the orange juice that makes it a mimosa. It's in fact just the time of day. I'm with that. That's true, David. Like that's why we, gotta show him love. He could be the NBA scoring leader this season, but he might not be. And not because of how many points he scores per game. Like, I don't know if LeBron's playing the rest of the year. Yeah, he's out tonight. I don't know. The Lakers, boy, they're still at 7 in a row. Are they really going to lose the rest of their games? See LeBron. Let's see Phoenix, Golden State. Well, Oklahoma City. Like they can't possibly lose to Oklahoma City, can they? And then Denver. That's how they close out there. They don't end on a back-to-back. They got Oklahoma City and LA on Friday, and then they're in Denver on Sunday. But that could easily be three or 4 losses. We haven't mentioned Tiger at all. Oh, fam, you late to the party, bro. I know the chef and damn near all of the wait staff. When I lived in the Thomas, man, that was really the only restaurant I went to. I love that place. Love, man. Breakfast, brunch, and dinner. They in fact did, Dan. They in fact did. Yeah, it's just to say they gave up a 26-point lead that game. That's also the wild part about all of this. We can't actually catch the Lakers. Yep, that's right. He needs to play 2 more, and I don't know that he's going to. He's not playing tonight. They don't play. Their back-to-back is Thursday and Friday. I just spotted that. They got Golden State and Oklahoma City. That's their back-to-back. Is he going to play? Do you think he plays? So if he only needs 2 more, you think he drops or he takes Oklahoma City and Denver? Yeah. Yep, that's the one. Right next to Pushkin's Bakery. Hello, Albert. Yeah, no, I hear you, but like, are you confident that you got one? Like, you gonna be Golden State? I know you don't need to do much. I'm not confident that you'll be fine, man. Yeah, I am not confident you'll be fine, buddy. Man. Yo, they in there tough. Goodness. Y'all on the Odyssey app in 13:20 a.m. don't know this, but it's just me. Like, I step out at 2:15 every day. Kenny steps out at 2:43 every day, and that's just kind of like our break, quick little reset. Finish the second half of the show. Kenny ain't back. Like, do you know how many times like I start this segment and Kenny isn't back? Like I frantically run through my routine downstairs, check on the dogs, get my juice. Always right back here. But brother signed a contract yesterday, gets taken to a steakhouse. Did I get taken to a steakhouse when I signed my contract? No. I got thrown a Comrex unit and a partner and was told to go make a radio show. This dude gets a steakhouse. He out here talking about the Cajun ribeye and the whole deal. He got the self-made hoodie on, and now look at already slacking off, already coming back slow.
Hey,
did Jazz go get you some dunkaroos?
No. I wish. It was a crazy break, man. I was like, look, man, I gotta get back to work.
Jasmine, this is not social time, Jasmine. Let my brother get some water and go to the bathroom.
It wasn't even her fault either. I was like, I can't deal with this right now. I gotta get back to work.
It's a Sacktown Tony. D'Lo don't have that courtside Kenny contract. I don't, man. I'm just here about, hey, just minding my own business. I didn't get no Cajun ribeye last night. I got some Brussels sprouts.
Cajun ribeye. My goodness. Boy, oh boy.
And Brian, why would anybody take D'Lo to a steakhouse? I don't know. I don't know why. But that's what hey, it was my partner's night. It was Jesse's night. It was Charlie's night. I was just along for the ride, man. And it was I had a fantastic meal at the steakhouse, by the way. They took good care of me. I tried to discreetly order stuff and not make a big deal about, because when you tell people you don't eat certain things, they become like really panicked about what you're gonna like. Oh, they got mushrooms. Like,
we damn near left.
Everybody became super concerned about what I was going to eat. I was like, guys, been doing this for a decade. I got it. Nobody thought that. Just plates of red meat just being handed to one individual after another. And then I get this little kid-sized bowl of pasta with some Brussels sprouts put on. The girl was asking me, like, because I was like, can I have some Brussels sprouts? I'm like, do you have some white rice or something? She was like, well, we don't have rice. I was like, do you have pasta? She goes, well, we have the pasta that goes with like the shrimp, something, or another. And I said, okay, cool. Can I have the pasta without all the other stuff? She goes, sure. Do you want me to put butter on it? No butter, just the pasta.
She did everything.
What about,
sir, you know where you're at, right?
She was like, do you want me to, this is my favorite. And she was fantastic. Do you want me to put the bacon on top of it? No, I don't. Just sprinkle some olive oil on it. Throw the Brussels sprouts on top. Bring it on out. We good to go.
It was good though.
So good.
Really good.
Oh, it was everybody. Oh, they took care of you. Charlie was like, oh, they took care of you. Like, I know, guys, it's freaking pasta. Like, give it a rest. Like, I get it. Come on, man. It's pasta with some Brussels sprouts on the top.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Then they brought out this. I thought Stacy ordered like macaroni and cheese or something. That was the corn.
Yeah,
I was
baked
like,
corn. I didn't get any of the baked corn.
It looked incredible.
Yeah, it did look good. I don't know why they was too busy on that steak, boy. Woo.
I don't blame you, man.
That case ribeye will make you come back over to the dark side, bro. I'm telling you, real talk.
Man, fired up Deuce and Mo when I mentioned this. I thought about it. I've thought about it for a while. Like, I think that style of lifestyle is eating. I think it's I think there's a ton of impact to it. But when I think making the commitment to do it like long term or here on out, like that's tough, especially like I still like to be active. Like I still like to train. I still like to work out. And sometimes it's a lot easier. It certainly was, 15 years ago. Of course, this has a lot to do with my age too. It was a lot easier to look a certain way and train a certain way when the idea is you're doing the men's health diet of, I'm just going to eat some baked chicken and broccoli. And maybe once a week, I'm going to have like a filet and some asparagus. And then I'm going to have some salmon, like vegetables and protein. Yo, it's easy to carve up that way. But when your meal is like some vegan, you got to get protein from some other source. It becomes more difficult.
Yeah. One of the things.
With all that said, I'm going back to the steakhouse tonight to get a Cajun ribeye. I just didn't want to eat it with anybody around, so I'm gonna go back and get it and eat it without judgment.
Boy, oh boy, just be tucked off somewhere, just carving it up.
I'm like Dave Chappelle eating when he's talking about eating chicken on stage. I'm like looking around like, what? Y'all leave me alone.
Dave Chappelle, when he gets the money, that's all about it.
just chucking the money in. That's me trying to eat a Cajun ribeye unbothered. Unbothered.
Yeah.
All right. Trying to think if I asked you any questions that we're supposed to tease through the break, and I don't think
you did, but we're gonna we'll wait for the professor to get here.
Oh, LeBron.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, we'll save it for the professor because that conversation actually continued through the commercial break over here on the stream because we talk about we were talking about all NBA with Joel and Jokic and Giannis being a part of that and the financial ramifications tied to it. I gotta assume, I mean, this isn't a safe assumption by any stretch of the imagination either, but LeBron probably has ties. Like if he's a scoring leader, does LeBron come back? They've got 4 games left. He's not playing tonight against Phoenix.
Right.
They've got.
Well, last I heard, it was still questionable.
Oh no, I think he's out.
He's out, but right before the show, he was still questionable. So I haven't seen anything in the last 3 hours. So maybe they ruled him out. But
okay, maybe
that's what they were.
Maybe I can't
read. To say they were trying to say, well, he's not out yet. He said he's still going to test it out and see what's going on. So. I don't think he's playing tonight. With all that said, I think he's out. But technically,
Shams 3 hours ago. Lakers star LeBron James will miss second consecutive game tonight versus the Suns. That was 3 hours ago. That is Shams with a check mark. That is the real Shams.
Who was it?
That is not the chat house.
It was McMenamin.
Dave McMenamin.
Who was on the
Kings reporter? Dave McMenamin, I believe.
And he was like, he still said he's going. I'm not trying to make him sound anywhere. Just different than my voice.
Kind of are.
He still said he's not sure if he'll be able to play tonight. He still wants to try and see if he can play.
1 hour ago, LeBron out as Lakers facing possible elimination. You want to keep going? You want to keep writing this out? Okay. That's your boy. Yeah, that's your boy Dave McMenamin. And that I don't know what you're watching. You might have been watching Sports Center from last night.
Oh, it was a lot. Well, you just said that an hour ago. I watched Sports Center 3 hours.
He tweeted 3 hours ago, LeBron is out tonight against the Suns with left ankle soreness. He's got the De'Aaron Fox syndrome. See, I think that Ball Sack Sports got you, bro. I think that's what happened.
You want to watch their TV channel? Is that what
you might have been? I don't know what you watch on your TV. All them channels you got every streaming app there is.
I do.
But that's fine.
He's out.
LeBron is in fact out.
Yeah.
But he needs to play 2 more games to qualify to be the scoring leader.
You know what? I think there's a chance that he doesn't play. because people have sniffed that out. If he was able to do it quietly, like, yeah, but I think people sniffed it out. Now once
it looks weird.
It looks like that's what you're trying to do.
Now it looks like De'Aaron coming back when Tyrese is traded.
It's gonna be awkward.
It looks a little timing of this. No, I was always coming back against Oklahoma City. What do you mean? It's Phoenix tonight. It's Golden State Thursday, Oklahoma City Friday. So you would guess it's probably only one of those. And then Denver. Jesse says, has LeBron played since the April Fool's tweet? I don't think I feel like he played. Didn't he play against the Pelicans?
Yeah, he did, because he missed the game winner.
Yeah, he played against the Pelicans, so which I think was April. I think that was April Fool's Day.
Yeah.
So Jesse was trying to sniff out if he had inadvertently told the truth on April Fool's, and we just didn't believe him. He's like, I told y'all, I'll see y'all in the fall.
He like the Sac Republic. Put out that thing on April Fool's Day. No, for real, this is real news.
What did Sac thing? Oh, that was fake?
No, it was real. But I said,
they put it out.
It was like to say, he was like, put out real news on April 1st.
I was like, wait a minute, I didn't know that was fake.
No, it's all real. They're moving.
That's cruel. Like, don't do that. Like, that's going a little bit too far.
But they definitely should have put that out on March 31st.
Hey, and I know this is more questions for the professor, but did you happen to read or hear Kareem talking about LeBron?
Yeah, I heard bits and pieces. I don't know all of it, but I know he's critical of LeBron for a number of different things, right?
He's critical about LeBron for a couple of things. A lot of them, he feels like LeBron won't take a stance on anything. Like, he's playing like both sides of the fence. And he brought up the Spider-Man meme, which I think really pissed a lot of people off. He brought up the way he conducts himself. You know, he brought up the Sam Cassell dance that he did the dance, but the Sam Cassell celebration that he did that one game. And those are a couple of things that he stuck with, but he just felt like in the position that LeBron James is in, that he should, you know, LeBron clearly wants to have a voice in social issues. And it feels like Kareem, according to Kareem felt like he's kind of playing both sides of the fence here. He's picking and choosing when that works. And I thought, my initial thought was, I think it's a fair criticism, but from Kareem, like, Kareem grew up in a different, you know, when Kareem's at that Ali Summit, that's a different world.
Yeah.
Like, and you are establishing yourself, and your views and your stances are very, very clear. LeBron, there's so many different things happening in the world. Like, I don't think while I didn't like the Spider-Man meme, I don't think that knocks down, you know, some of the other things that he's worked hard on.
I agree. And I'm also really careful with that, because just because a person would have, you know, the super influence and his words would carry weight, and you would want them to do something, that doesn't mean that's where they're at, like, to take on that role. And you know, not everybody's Muhammad Ali.
Well,
not everybody's doing it. And I would want somebody like LeBron to. And LeBron has done a lot of great things too. I'd want him to, but to say that he should, I think I always think that's a little touchy, a little unfair.
It's, you know, I've talked to Howard Bryant about this before. It's the price of being a black athlete. Like, think about what you just said. We're talking about Kareem. Talking about LeBron James right now. You mentioned Muhammad Ali. Anybody checking for Tom Brady? Oh, we found out what Tom Brady's political views were, and then we stopped asking him, and then he stopped answering them. Like, it's no one turns to Tom Brady, or no one goes to Wayne Gretzky to find out what they think about these things, or Mike Trout, or you know, other top players, other white top players in other sports. It always falls on the highest of high profile of black athletes. And really, when it comes to athletes, no matter how you feel about them right now in today's current era, that's LeBron James. And Kareem is the ultimate when it comes to social issues, put your money where your mouth is. Like he was every bit as politically driven, socially driven, if you will, as Muhammad Ali was.
Yeah.
As Jim Brown was. Now the Jim Brown story took a weird turn, but Kareem's hasn't. So I understand. I think it's a bit unfair, but man, it comes with the territory. And it's not fair, but it's what happens.
Yeah, and I saw somebody in the chat. They said Kareem should not call out LeBron in the press, and I would say to that too. Like if I was LeBron, I'm not going to disrespect the Godfather that is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but I would be like, man, we could have had a conversation. You know what I mean? Like and maybe they have or whatever, but it seems like they haven't. But we could have had a conversation. You didn't have to do that to me. You know what I'm saying? Like we could have talked about it, and maybe you could have educated me a little bit and as to why it's important for me to do this and why it's so necessary. And I could have told you where I was at, in life and my career and things and we could have had a conversation. Not everything needs to be for public consumption, especially something as sensitive as that. So I understand that aspect too.
Listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. The professor and culture writer of The Athletic, Jason Jones, going to join us coming up here in just about 15 minutes or so. The Sacramento Kings will play their final game at the Golden One Center this season tonight against the New Orleans Pelicans. And now with the playoffs officially out of, it's not a thing anymore. There's no more conversation, even far-fetched ones, about the playoffs. I'm wondering if Alvin's approach changes a little bit. I will chuckle if Harrison Barnes plays 35 minutes tonight.
Oh, now that's the one I can't, we talk about Justin Holiday and not tanking and all this other stuff. The one I have no retort for is Harrison Barnes playing 35 minutes. Like Harrison Barnes season should be done. What are we rolling Harrison out there for? And I know he's a professional and he's the type of guy, if I can play, I'm going to play and all this other stuff. I get it. I absolutely get it. But like protect him from himself at this point.
Yeah.
Who's he playing for?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine if he plays. I just don't think he needs to play 35 minutes. I don't remember it was a game a few nights ago. He was in the fourth quarter, and it was the day Mark Jones told the story about Harrison Barnes waking up at 6 a.m. getting a workout in, and he's just sucking wind at the free throw line. Like, man, what are we doing to this man right now? Like, and you never know. Harrison could be like, yo, let me rock, let me run, let me play. Shoot, just let me stay in shape. Let me get out there. I'm going to guess that conversation didn't happen, but it wouldn't surprise me either, given the type of competitor Harrison Barnes is, that he wants to get out there and run. But I'll be surprised if he plays 30-plus minutes again tonight. And I'd be surprised if we didn't see Neemias Queta.
Yeah, I would expect to see him now, especially that's one of the things that they've been relying on a lot of this time is Alvin Gentry. We're still alive, we're still in this, and we're going to try to win and all this other stuff. Well, now you're not in it anymore. Season is effectively over. You don't have an opportunity to make the playoffs, not even mathematically. So Queta, Josh Jackson, those guys, yeah, they need to be playing the bulk of the minutes. Once again, Harrison Barnes don't need to play tonight. We should have seen the last of Harrison Barnes this season.
I'm trying to figure out I guess I was trying to figure out if New Orleans is playing for anything tonight, and they're a game up on San Antonio, as we mentioned a few minutes ago. San Antonio has Denver tonight. Of course, if you're New Orleans, you just want to worry about taking care of your own business. But I'd imagine this game probably means more to Sacramento than it does to the Pelicans. Their approach will probably be different than the Sacramento Kings approach. And we talked about Neemias Queta, talked about Harrison Barnes and the minutes distribution and all this. There's not going to be anything to take away tonight. There's not going to be anything to take away this weekend. All this really is a countdown to getting this season over with.
Yeah.
At least for me. I'm going to speak for myself. For me, it's just a countdown to getting this season over with.
One thing I will say is somebody like Josh Jackson, in games against, we already played Golden State, but Golden State, New Orleans, the Clippers might be playing for something. I want to see him in those games. He played decent against Houston, but like I mentioned, great talents, but Houston is a bunch of young kids, an AAU squad. So him, Damian Jones, having these great games against those guys, that's cool. It's the NBA. I'm not trying to disregard it completely, but I want to see him more against veteran NBA competition. That's what you get against New Orleans. So if Jackson does get an opportunity to play extended minutes tonight, I want to see what he can do against the veteran NBA competition.
I am interested a little bit more than I let on last week about seeing Josh Jackson. I also know, and that's where the countdown to just get us to next Monday, just or Sunday night, whatever you want. Just get us to the end of this because, okay, Josh Jackson goes for 30 tonight. Cool. Then what? Josh Jackson goes for 30 against Phoenix and LA, both of them. He goes for 90 in his last 3 games. Cool. What do you got? Like, what's that mean? What am I going to do with that information? I don't know how to. I don't know what. I don't. What was my man's name? The Packers quarterback, Matt Flynn.
Yeah,
who threw for 5 touchdown passes the week.
Yeah.
Back then, kids, it was week 17 of the season, and got the big deal from Seattle.
Yeah.
And never saw the football field because Russell Wilson took his job. But he was a sexy signing because 1, he was the backup quarterback in Green Bay, but 2, that week 17 performance. It's meaningless football. Ladies and gentlemen, the yearly tradition of meaningless basketball for the Sacramento Kings, and we've seen it for a little while. Like we've talked about what do we take away from Davion? Well, for Davion, we wanted to see a consistent sample size. Guess what? We didn't get it. He fell off versus Houston. He's fallen off the last couple of games in terms of his shooting. Talking strictly about his shooting because that seems to be the most inconsistent part about his game. We wanted to see how consistent could that be? How efficient could that be down this stretch? And we to a certain degree, we got our answer. Okay, we've discussed role. We've discussed minutes. We've discussed, what the coach wants from him. Now we've seen a sample size where it's like, yeah, you kind of get a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
The same stuff that you got during the regular season when I'd make the argument his role wasn't clearly defined, when his minutes weren't clearly laid out. You kind of got some of the same stuff when he was at the head of the table, if you will, and had to run things on his own with Sabonis and Fox out.
Right. And now the thing that you're thinking about with Davion Mitchell, in my opinion, is, like I said, there's nothing really that can go on this year or these final games of the season that can tell me much. What you're kind of looking at now is you're saying, well, maybe he got a full year under his belt and he's going to be a little different next year, and that's kind of where it's at, because if he stays the way he is right now, that's not good enough to be starting like some people want him to. Like it's good enough to be on the team. It's good enough to kind of be a part of what's going on, but
I think you minimize that a little bit. Like I think it's good enough to play a big role on the team, even if he's not starting.
Right now, right now he's got to be better, because the production that he gives on a nightly basis is too inconsistent or either he has to be better or there has to be major upgrades on the roster where the inconsistency doesn't hurt them enough. But right now, if you're relying on Davion,
you're never going to, though. That's the point. You're never going to rely on, or
you rely on him a little bit.
You're relying on him right now. I understand.
He's going to be the main scorer off the bench. Maybe. Third guard.
Yeah, that's tough though. man, I still think the idea of starting Dante and having with this roster, Dante starting at the 2 and Terrence Davis and Davion are off the bench. Now Davion's not the leading scorer off the bench, I rephrase that, the primary scoring option off the bench.
I like that too.
Davion has been inconsistent this year, and that's kind of what it boils down to. We've seen the inconsistency here during this stretch, and perhaps more importantly, we've seen the inefficiency here during the stretch. And the Kings hit different. Davion hits different when he's efficient. Like, he can be a difference maker because we know what a difference maker he is on the defensive end. We know what a difference maker he is just with 50-50 plays. Like, he is going to be everywhere. You talk about, Harrison Barnes going at it, like playing, 35 minutes of hard basketball. That's Davion. Like, Davion's not going to ask to sit tonight. He's not going to ask to sit the remaining 3 games. Like, he's going to be out there and he's going to want to work. Like, there's all the stories about pulling him out of the gym and doing all of that different stuff. So, Davion will continue to be a player for Kings fans to watch here as this season winds down. Beginning tonight with the final game at the Golden One Center, the final home game at the Golden One Center this season. We'll step out. We'll come back. The professor and the culture writer for The Athletic, Jason Jones, is going to join us. By the way, we haven't touched on arguably the biggest sports story of the day, or certainly one of them.
Yeah.
I like him. We'll touch on that next. If you know, you know. D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
Still at the door. Let me be right back. Sorry.
I like him. What's more important? Build momentum for there is no momentum. You can't build momentum right now. You just can't. It doesn't translate. It doesn't mean anything. Just doesn't. The higher draft pick is more important. And win or lose, I don't know how much movement there's going to be. Like, taking a quick look right now. See, Kings are at 29. So you do have to keep an eye on the Lakers, because the Lakers might, lose a few more. You don't have to worry about, in terms of pre-lottery seeding, you don't have to worry about the Knicks. You don't have to worry about the Wizards. I don't think the Pacers are winning another basketball game. There's too much separation there between those two. I don't think the Blazers are winning another basketball game. There's too much separation between those two. So in all likelihood, the Kings are locked in at 7. The only thing that could change that is if they do wind up winning a couple of games and the Lakers lose the rest of theirs. And I don't think that's going to happen. So I think the Kings are pretty locked in there at 7. Houston, Oklahoma City, Portland, Orlando, Detroit, Indiana. 7. Man, ain't no lie. 15 more pounds means, oh man, please no. Please no. Well, I mean, their pre-lottery slot is it's going to be 7th. The only team that they were really, Blazers. Yeah, Blazers and Pacers. Pacers have lost, both of those teams have lost 7 in a row. Lakers have lost 6 in a row. Atlanta, by the way, has quietly won 5 straight games. Goodness gracious. Yeah, they really turned things around. Like, yeah, they did a hell of a job. They did a really, really good job. They're 41-37 right now. I hope not. I think it's better if they don't. Just get them out of here. Y'all ain't doing nothing. I'd rather I'd rather see it. I'd rather see Atlanta, Cleveland, or Charlotte. They'd be the one team I don't want to see. I would hate to see Cleveland's season end without a playoff run. They've played so well, and they're in a traditional playoff spot. I wouldn't hate that either. I mean, yeah. I mean, they're right there with it. Atlanta also. The only team I really don't want to see is Brooklyn. Just get them out of here. They're a disappointment. Let's see these teams go. And I hate it for Cleveland. Like Cleveland's in that traditional playoff spot, and they could.
Honestly, I don't need to see Cleveland.
I think they should be rewarded for the season they had. I think they had a really good season, and kind of thing
fell off though.
Same thing about Atlanta. They did. Yep, they definitely did.
No,
yeah, Cleveland fell off a little bit. Yeah, Cleveland fell. Toronto did get hot, but Cleveland fell off a little bit. Atlanta could catch Cleveland. I mean, Atlanta's.
I think they're safe.
Yes, they can, but it's a stretch. Let's see. We got Atlanta and Toronto. That's a sneaky big game. Charlotte and Miami, Chicago. Oh, Jesse, Chicago and Milwaukee. It could happen. It could happen. Cleveland beats Orlando tonight. Yeah, it could definitely happen. Are we calling the professor?
I thought he said call in. He was going to call in.
Oh,
I'll double check.
Okay. I don't know. Does he have the new number? Okay. We were just taking a look, man, at the Eastern Conference standings here during that commercial break. Chicago Bulls, like we were talking about teams that are in the play-in spot, and how I would hate for Cleveland to miss the playoffs with the season that they had, and Atlanta has just had a really incredible turnaround here, an in-season turnaround where they're 41-37 right now. They've won 5 in a row. And Jesse asked, could Chicago fall into the play-in? And I thought, oh, man, there's only a handful of games left. It's a stretch. Chicago plays Milwaukee tonight. Chicago plays Milwaukee. Cleveland plays Orlando. Cleveland beats Orlando. Milwaukee beats Chicago. Suddenly, these last 2 games mean a whole lot for the play-in spot for Cleveland and Chicago. Yeah. There's seeding stuff to keep an eye on, and of course there's Milwaukee and Boston, and who's going to wind up getting the 2 spot. Philadelphia is a part of that conversation in the Eastern Conference as well. There's a lot more interesting stuff in the Eastern Conference than there is the West.
You said you'd want to see Cleveland get in there. Cleveland.
I do.
It's a good little situation for Cleveland, but it's not like they haven't been on the national stage recently as a franchise and as a city. They've fallen back as the season has gone on. I have no emotional attachment to Cleveland whatsoever. Not saying you do. I'm just saying they can miss it and I could care less.
No,
I'd much rather see the Hornets in there.
I'm good with that too. I'm good. I'm basically good if the 3 of the 4 teams get in. The team I just don't give a crap about is Brooklyn. Like I feel like Brooklyn.
I want to see Brooklyn in there. Come on now.
You don't even like you failed to get here. Oh, I don't want to see you. Atlanta had a turnaround. Charlotte turned things around a little bit. Let me see one of them. Just get and that's the good thing about this is you've got the opportunity to boot Brooklyn the hell out of here.
No, absolutely not. Let's just say Cleveland, for instance. You want to see Miami versus Cleveland in the first round?
I'd rather see anyone in the first round than Brooklyn.
Rather than seeing Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving play?
I'd rather see anyone other than Brooklyn. I don't want to hear about Kevin Durant. I don't want to hear about Kyrie Irving. Get them off my television. Let me watch Charlotte. Let me watch Cleveland. Let me watch Atlanta.
That is going to be NBA TV all day if Cleveland is in that first round.
I'm fine with that. I got NBA TV. I had to pay extra for it because League Pass is a scam, but I got it, and I'm going to watch it.
Nah, man. No. I need Brooklyn. I need Brooklyn in that first round. going up against Miami, possibly going up against Milwaukee.
All right. Well, we all need.
You see the game they played the other day? Milwaukee and Brooklyn. I need that.
No, I don't need it. I don't need it. These dudes. This is why I don't like the play-in. They ain't even. Cleveland and Atlanta are in traditional playoff spots.
Mm-hmm.
Get rid of this play-in, man. This is stupid. This is rewarding mediocrity.
No.
Get rid of this. This is a waste.
No.
Somebody talk some sense into Adam Silver and get rid of this. This is stupid. This is the first 82 game playoff, by the way, or play-in.
They're back on schedule. The league they're going to be back on schedule. It took them 2 years. Truncated seasons, short off seasons, but they're back on schedule. Season will end in June. Next season will begin in October or whatever.
Good. Let this be the last play-in. We don't need to see it again.
So here's the deal. Here's why play-in ain't going nowhere.
No, I know why it's not going anywhere. I'm just telling you why I don't need to see it.
Well, we wouldn't even be talking about all this right now. Let me see. We'd be talking about it in the East. In the West, oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
The West would be useless at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And they would be useless. The big thing is they'd be useless for the Clippers and the Timberwolves to just be swept. So if they didn't make it, are we really losing anything? They're going to be swept anyway. So add some intrigue to their season.
That's fine. I'm fine. The Clippers and Timberwolves, those are playoff spots. That's the 7 and 8. Like, that's not different than any other time we watch an 8 versus a 1 or a 2 versus a 7.
There's some believe it shouldn't even be 8. Remember the argument? They let half the teams in the playoffs. What kind of playoffs is that?
No, you let more than half in, and the Kings still can't make it. So what do we do? Get rid of it. Get rid of it.
Well, they can't.
Can we mention
they're not going to defend with the Kings. I can't defend them.
Before the professor joins us, can we mention Tiger Woo? Tiger Woo. I like him. It turns out Tiger's it was funny. It was funny watching the reaction and all of these video packages played, because I was watching Tiger live, and Tiger said, the way I feel right now, I think I'm going to play. As of right now, I feel like I'm going to play. It was something along like those lines. It wasn't definitively, I'm out there, baby, let's do it. Augusta. It's Tiger Woods time. It wasn't that. It was like, if I, get through this 9-hole round, that didn't stop everyone. Tiger's back at the Masters. And it's like, hey, that's not okay. Like, I get it. That's not exactly what he said. But yeah, Tiger's back. And all of a sudden, I'm paying attention to golf this weekend.
Yeah. And look, I'm a casual. When it comes to golf, I'm probably less than a casual.
Yeah, me too.
The only thing that matters is when Tiger's playing.
I like him.
It's just what it is.
Mm-hmm.
All that matters. He's the only needle mover for me in golf.
Tiger Woods is Tiger Woods. People are really going to hate this. Tiger Woods is bigger than golf, right?
For casuals.
Okay.
And I deal with this. I deal with this in boxing, right?
Okay.
Because Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao are still probably the 2 biggest boxers in the world right now, and they're retired and been retired.
Mm-hmm.
But I watch boxing. I'm like, nah, man, you got, Canelo's dope, Errol Spence is dope, Terrence Crawford is dope, yada yada yada. Go on and on and on. Now I'm sure Butcher Boy will tell me 10 golfers who are great. Like, I don't know these fools.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I'm not talking about great golfers. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about people who are good at what they do. I'm talking about dudes who are literally bigger than their sport. I feel like Tiger is bigger than his sport. Like if Bryson DeChambeau is walking down the 18th to win to win the Masters, it ain't making the cover of Sports Illustrated with 400 or 500 people walking up behind him. It ain't leading the Today Show the next day. It'll lead Sports Center. It'll lead the sports programs. Tiger Woods news leads Good Morning America. There's a difference. Tiger Woods scrolls across the bottom line of SportsCenter, the bottom line of CNN, and the bottom line of Fox News. Allegedly. I've never seen it before, but that's what someone can check that for me. Have Poker Pro Eric look at the bottom. Have Poker Pro look at the scroll on
ancient Elios or whatever his name is. He'll can check it too.
That's Tiger. Tiger changes. Like Tiger's a game changer, and I'm trying to. I was wondering, is Serena bigger than tennis? Like I'm trying to find. LeBron's not bigger than basketball. Brady's not bigger than football. Mahomes isn't bigger than football. Like there's no individual player bigger than. There's no player. There's no player bigger than baseball. I mean. It's Tiger. Like Tiger to me is bigger than golf. And there, like people, man, but we're waiting for that next one. There is no next Tiger. It's not happening. It's not Charlie. There's no, now Charlie's going to have certain intrigue around him should he pursue this path of golfing, right. But there's no next Tiger on the way. So
help me out with that. Explain what you mean by bigger than the sport. Like I feel like Serena, may be bigger than tennis.
So I want to think so, but also so Serena will attract more eyes, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that's the needle mover. That's God mode. That's acknowledge me. Yeah. That's like Serena's that, but I still don't know that the coverage Serena gets for being a part of a tournament is the equivalent. Like if Serena's in Wimbledon, it's like, all right, Serena's in Wimbledon. Tiger's at the Masters. That's a big deal. Serena's in the Wimbledon final. That's a big deal. Mm-hmm. Tiger's in the final 2 at Augusta. Again, that's the story that leads everything the next day.
And you're right. You're 100% correct. I think some of that has to do with Tiger's gone away from us a couple times. So, like, do you think it would be the same if Tiger never left? Like in 2022, and he's Tiger gearing up for the Masters. I don't think anybody. I'm not gonna say they wouldn't care. It would still I would still pay attention to what he's doing. He's trying to chase Jack Nicklaus, all this other. But it wouldn't.
That's it. That's it. You just said it.
You just said it. First take. If it was just getting ready for the Masters.
I'm not using first take as my barometer. I know. I disagree. I disagree.
You think
I disagree. So? Yeah, I disagree. I disagree because you just said it. You talked about the chase. If the chase is still happening, and Tiger's won one major in the last 12 years, that's still a story because reaching that chase it's still within grasp.
It's not a story unless this was the one to tie or take the lead.
I agree. I agree. It's a bigger story because of all of the other stuff that happened. Mm-hmm. But all of the other stuff that happened was such a big story because of how massive Tiger was.
Absolutely.
Tiger, I think, is bigger in his sport than the closest comparison, I think, is Jordan to basketball. Because and I still think Tiger is bigger in golf than Jordan was in basketball. Because Jordan launched something that people followed, right? The sneakers, the apparel, shorts, baggy clothes. Like he launched something that wasn't there before. People followed that. Tiger, like Nike, altered its entire business model to get into golf because of Tiger Woods. And no one's been able to follow. We've looked, Rory McIlroy, just name golfer after golfer. This guy, he's going to be the next one to bring the eyes in here. He's going to he's going to be the next one to bring the Kenny Caraways and the Damian Barlings. He's going to be the one to do that. Wrong. None of them did it because none of them have the sustained success. So while LeBron went to Kobe, went to LeBron, and you sprinkle in the Allen Iversons and the Shaquille O'Neals and the Tim Duncans and the great players along the way, there's been Tiger and then good golfers. And that's it. There's nothing else. Rory McIlroy, good golfer. That's it.
Well,
his closest rival's Phil Mickelson, and you can't even compare Phil Mickelson to Tiger Woods.
We talking about, well, I mean, yeah, they can't touch Tiger's career by any means. By any means. They cannot touch Tiger's career. Nobody can. Nobody's coming close. But these young boys that are in there, young men that are in there, they, from everything I hear, they're just some of the most talented golfers we've seen in recent memory. Now they can't touch the all-time
good golfers. They're good golfers. Like that's not a knock. They're good golfers. If you want to say some of them are great golfers, fine. They're great golfers. They're not Tiger. They're nothing close to what Tiger was.
Yeah, I don't think there'll ever be a Tiger. I'm agreeing with you. Like I don't think there'll ever be.
That's it. That next name. It's never ever coming along. We talk about generation. Tiger Woods is a once in a lifetime athlete.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing nothing of his sort ever again. And here we are. What is it? 25 years later, and we're watching him in that same. We're preparing to watch him in that same awestruck way. Mm-hmm. And whoever, whether it's ESPN or ABC, whoever is the network carrier for the Masters, they're begging, be in contention Sunday.
Oh, for sure.
Because being in contention on Sunday blows away Duke, North Carolina, and in terms of television ratings, in the casual intrigue is there for everybody, because moms know about Tiger Woods, girlfriends know about Tiger Woods, non-golfers know about Tiger Woods, in the super casual D'Lo and KC, they know about Tiger Woods, and they want to see if he can walk that green in that red and win the Masters again.
All right, everything about Tiger was just captivating. His name, his tradition of wearing the red on Sundays. It's game time now. He wearing that red.
But it was his dominance.
Mm-hmm.
Like you used the boxing analogy earlier. Think if Tyson got out of jail, doesn't bite Evander Holyfield's ear, and just goes back to beating everybody's ass. He's just beating the crap out of everybody still.
Yeah.
Like Tiger had this just run where he was, and there was a stretch where, like, we count the Masters, understandably so. There was a year where Tiger was like the number one golfer in the world. He wasn't winning the Masters, but it felt like he was winning everything else.
Yeah. Yeah. The other thing, and
no, we're not stalling for time. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? It sounds like we're stalling for time. No, we're not stalling, waiting for Jason to call in. That's not true.
But here's the thing John Poles brings up here. He says, would you guys say Brady is in that boat, that there won't be another QB like him winning wise? That's the difference.
It doesn't matter.
Like,
it doesn't matter.
That's the difference. Tom Brady is the greatest winner. There's probably 10 quarterbacks right now that people say are more talented than him. You know what I mean? Jordan and Tiger have the combination of talent and the accomplishments. To me, there's a difference between them being the most accomplished and just being the flat out best at what you did. I don't think Tom Brady will ever be looked at as the best quarterback, but talented quarterback.
Football ratings aren't dropping. I mean, we thought we were going to find out this year, but football ratings ain't dropping if Tom Brady's not around.
All right.
Everybody's still watching. Am I tuning into 2 seconds of the Masters this weekend if Tiger hadn't made that announcement today? No. I'm in fact not. Not my bag.
Yeah.
Tiger makes the cut and he's playing this weekend. Oh, I'm watching.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching. And if I'm not around, I'm peeking at my phone. Where's Tiger? Where's Tiger? Oh, yeah, I know what I'm doing Sunday.
It's everything. It's everything combined. And even the elephant in the room is, before Tiger, we had never seen nothing like Tiger in golf. And what I mean by that is a black man doing what he is doing in that sport and dominating. We had never seen that before.
Yeah.
Never. And to be honest with you, I haven't seen it since. That's the other thing. I haven't seen it since. Like you talk about Serena, Naomi's around. Sloane Stephens is around. You know, Coco. They're all around. Will they reach her heights?
And they win. Yeah, and they win. There's like a black golfer or two out there, but they don't win. And that's and the other thing about Tiger is just the incredible dominance that he had. The fact that he was winning in that dominant way. As we bring in the professor, Jason Jones, culture writer over at The Athletic. Jason, are you tuning in to 10 minutes of the Masters if Tiger's in contention this weekend?
That'd be the only way I do. I mean, I've never been able to really watch golf. Of all the sports out there, it's the least interesting for me to watch. Well, I don't get watching golf really anyway. To me, if you're not playing it, I don't see the excitement of watching it, but that's just me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel the same way. Like when golf is on, I always feel like there's something more interesting that I could be watching. If I'm going to watch, I'm saying if I'm going to watch anything at all, like could be just be out and having time with the family or outside doing something else. But when golf is on, a baseball game is more interesting to me. Obviously, the NBA playoffs are more interesting to me. Then football is on, and that's more interesting to me. I can't ever say I'm not going to watch this sport to watch golf. I haven't it doesn't move me personally in that way.
Jason, we were
he agrees.
He does. Jason.
Yeah, I mean, I've never in my life was like, oh, the Masters is on. Let me go ahead and carve out some time today to watch it. I just like, okay. I mean, I can check my phone and see what's going on, and you know, maybe if it gets near the end and you know, and Tiger's close, you check in then. But I'm like, okay. If he's like, I mean, there's been times where, you know, especially when he kind of struggles, when he missed the cut a couple of times, I'm like, I don't care what happens now. I don't know who these guys are.
Right. I don't know who they are.
Yeah, cool. That's a good story. I can get the results on my app here. I want to ask you this as we head into the final few games of the season here, Jason. Is LeBron James more hurt or pissed off? Like which one is contributing to him not playing? Being hurt or being angry?
I think probably I would lean 60-40 angry, but I mean, hell, he's part of the reason this has happened. I mean, it's just I just love, you know, I've actually talked to people who have been coaches who have coached LeBron, and they say it's just amazing how when things go bad with LeBron escapes all like responsibility. Like everyone just acts like no matter what happens, LeBron had no part. And I'm like, you know, hey, who went to Rob Pelinka and said, I want Russell Westbrook here? You know, and part of that, I still think Russ gets an unfair amount of blame for this. But yeah, I mean, he you know, it's not like he'd average. I mean, they treat him like he's Smush Parker. I mean, it's terrible.
Damn, Smush Parker minding his own business today. And
the way they talk about Russell Westbrook, he was afraid averaging like 6 points and like 12 turnovers. It's like there's a lot wrong. There's a lot that went wrong with their season, and it wasn't just Russ. I mean, you know, I know LeBron's mad, but hey, he should be mad and he should be pissed off, and they all should be because I mean they've been hard on the eyes. I mean, I don't watch them. I mean, I don't care if they're on national TV. I got other stuff I'd rather do than watch them go out there and do 130 points.
Rather watch the Masters.
Don't go watch golf.
Yeah. Actually, this past Sunday, it was just WrestleMania prep. I'm like, okay, you know what? We'll just get ready for WrestleMania instead. We won't worry about those guys. So yeah, I mean, I know he can't be happy, but you know, at his age, if you're gonna, there's no point. It's great. There's no point in them getting their heads beat in by Phoenix. So, I mean, they're clearly not trying to get into the play-in at this point. I mean, LeBron's now 4 of the last 5. They're clearly not trying to get in. I mean, this is just they're mailing this one in. They're done. They don't want any more. They've played like they don't care anymore for the last 2 months or maybe 5. You know, they're done. So I mean, they're just trying to get to the end, and they can start to, you know, the LA blow up the whole thing and get every coach rumored from whoever, Coach K,
Doc Rivers.
I mean, I can't see that happening. But then again, who knows? I mean, hey, I don't know. You know, I mean, it's just going to be crazy. The Clippers will be in the playoffs, and more people will care about what the Lakers are doing with their coach than the Clippers actually playing.
No, see,
which that's unfortunate.
It's not necessary, Jason. It's really not. They're out there just trying to make their little playoffs.
I'm not hating. I like Ty Lue, and then it's crazy. I'm getting tagged and hate from Kings fans about the Lakers. I'm like, really? Do we really want to do this? Like, really?
No,
I
we
mean,
don't.
you just set a record. I don't think you want to make fun of anyone missing the playoffs.
Yeah, let's stay under the radar.
What you talking about? We set a record. Like, what you mean? How many records did you set this year?
I'm sure they set one. LeBron will play the last 2 games to get the scoring title. I think he'll be the oldest scoring champion or something, probably.
It's coming.
Yeah,
it's coming back for the love of the game. Jason, stop. He's coming back for the love of the game. If they're keeping track, then he's going to make sure he's out there. He's going
to put like 40 in some game. It doesn't matter to make sure he's scoring.
He'll go David Robinson on the Clippers,
yeah. I'm not mad at him. You might as well get something out of this. I mean, why not? I mean, put the gap between you and make the gap between you and Kareem a little bit smaller going into next season. Why not? I mean, there ain't nothing else. I mean, the Lakers can throw this entire season away, which they will. So, hey, I'm not mad at him. Get something out of it. Just pad your stats. I mean, that's all you got left at this point.
Hey, Jay, let me ask you this about LeBron as well. Do you think he should make an All-NBA team?
I do. But I don't know. I don't know how many. If he qualifies to win the scoring title, I definitely think he should. And my rule, whenever I was voting, was that if you played enough games to qualify for scoring, rebounding, whatever, to me that meant you were eligible to be on the team. That's going to be the problem with a guy like John Morant. He's missed a ton of games this year. I forget how many Chris Paul missed. I think Devin Booker should be fine. But I mean, if he plays enough to win the scoring title, I mean, it'd be hard for me to leave the scoring champion, who also probably averaged a bunch of rebounds and assists, off the team. So I think if he wins the scoring title, he definitely should. But if he doesn't play enough to qualify, I would have no problem with people leaving him off. I mean, KD's probably in that same boat. I mean, a lot of guys have missed a lot of time.
I don't have a single issue if LeBron comes back and plays 2 games just to qualify for the scoring champion. Like, there's like the fact that he's leading Joel and Giannis, 2 guys who are, one of them I certainly think should be the MVP. And LeBron's average is 37 minutes a game. Like, that's as impressive as that scoring run is. That's insane to me that he's averaging 37 minutes per game. But
yeah, I mean, and the whole idea of we're going to get Russ to be a ball handler was to cut his minutes down.
Yeah.
But I also think that not having AD half the season didn't help with that. Also, not having the legend that Alex Caruso didn't help. Yeah, he's a legend. I mean, I haven't forgot that summer league game where he where he stole the thunder from Lonzo and De'Aaron. I haven't forgot when the best point guard on the court was Alex Caruso, some guy I'd never heard of.
Don't worry, Kings fans remember summer league fondly.
See, I didn't say that one. See,
that's all we got. That's all we got.
Two-time champions.
Can take it from us.
Hey, Jay, when you talk about these Sacramento Kings, I mean, where do we begin with this 16 years, man? Do you look at the Kings right now and see this changing next season? Like, do you see a pathway, that's reasonable where they can end the drought next season?
No.
I was afraid you were going to say that.
No. I mean, just because even if you look at who the top 10 are right now and look who they're behind, I mean, it'll take a lot for the Lakers to be this bad again. New Orleans will probably get Zion back, and they'll have CJ for a whole season. The Spurs, even when they're bad, the Spurs seem to be better than the Kings, no matter what. I mean, it's just, I don't know what they can do in one off season. And that's why I always felt like trying to go all in just to end the streak was crazy, because I was like, you know what? you're not going to fix this long of futility in 1 year. And I think for so long, the Kings tried to like patchwork and, hey, let's get a bunch of vets in to fix it. But it wasn't, or if you got the vets, you had the wrong coach. Or if the coach seemed to be working, the players didn't like the coach. Or if the coach was working, you fired the coach. Or you just wasted about 12 of the last 16 years of draft picks. I mean, there's just so much that's gone wrong. I just can't say, oh yeah, next season they'll get in. I mean, I don't see the pathway right now.
Do you think the Kings' next head coach is on the roster now, on the coaching staff now?
It wouldn't shock me, but I don't think that should be the way to go. I think they got to think outside the box and try something different. I mean, get someone different in. But it also depends on who's gonna, how much influence ownership has. I don't think we're any of us are naive to think that Doug Christie is not a favorite of Vivek. I think we all know that. That's not even a secret. I mean, the moment he got added to the bench, you already heard rumblings from the current staff that, okay, we know where this is headed. So, it's just a matter of I don't know if this is a situation you want to put a first-time head coach in. And not just a first-time head coach, a coach who hasn't had a lot of bench experience, period. You're asking an awful lot of anyone to come in and try to get this thing going. So, who knows? Guys have come in before with little – Mark Jackson didn't have a bunch of experience, and he eventually was successful. I just don't as someone who likes Doug, I would hate to see Doug in a bad situation and then say get fired after like 90 games because he walked into a bad situation. And pretty much every coach who's been hired in the last 15 years has walked into a bad situation.
Yeah.
It's a matter of, are you going to give them the time to make this thing work? And I don't know if there's any one coach who can fix this. I mean, there's just so many things you got to look at. Like even stuff Harrison was saying the other day. I mean, there was that tweet. He said, 48 teammates?
Yeah.
It's just that, and because some of the names are so familiar, you don't think about it, but yeah, a lot, he and De'Aaron were the two longest tenured guys now. And De'Aaron's not that old. So it just kind of shows you just how they've cycled through guys. De'Aaron's went on coach. He'll be on coach number 4 next season in 6 years.
Jeez.
That's just not, it's just so much wrong. There's so much is going on that I don't know how you fix that unless you tell me that De'Aaron and Sabonis next season will be, I don't know, what Kobe and Pau Gasol, Shaq, unless, something like that happens. I don't see how you fix that in 1 year because right now they've got some holes to fill in the roster still. We don't know where the draft pick is going to be. And even then, you still got to pick, the likelihood is that whoever you draft doesn't help you immediately.
Wow.
But haven't they played themselves out of the top 5, or are they trying to tank their way back in? I mean,
it's 7 right now. That's
Yeah,
Hey,
the Kings are the masters of let's go ahead and have a great road trip in March.
When the season's over.
Yeah, the NBA didn't do them any favors by giving them Orlando, Indiana, Houston, and Houston like that. They didn't help in that respect. Hey, real quick, Jason, what you think about Bobby Jackson?
I like Bobby. I think if you're gonna hire a former player, Bobby should be ahead of Doug, based on experience. Based on I think Bobby deserves that opportunity. I know, just in terms of Bobby's gonna speak his mind. Bobby's gonna be Bobby. So maybe that doesn't always rub people the right way. You think about it. I remember last summer, when they're going in the summer league and Jemias Ramsey, they hadn't announced that he hadn't practiced. Bobby just told us, "Oh, Jemias is hurt," and that's not what they've at least in these last few years. That's not been typical with the Kings. It's been vague sometimes, and we'll see. Bobby doesn't have that feel, and I like that about Bobby. I think a group like this needs to be told, "You guys are terrible." When they're terrible, just and not just behind closed doors. You know, someone who'll go to the media and be like, "Yeah, we're terrible right now." You know, take the kid, no kid gloves. I think Alvin's done it, but everyone knows Alvin's only, it's temporary. I think it's different when you know a guy with, say, a new 4-year deal is calling you out. You know, you're not going to rush him out. And the same way you got rid of Dave, it'd be much harder to do it with a Bobby, just because of the popularity. I think Dave just wasn't likable at times, not just with the players, with everyone. He was, Coach Dave was just Coach Dave. It would be harder to do that to a Bobby Jackson. And I think Bobby deserves an opportunity. I mean, if you're gonna bring in a former player, to me, that's the guy you go get.
The professor,
line stepper.
That's why I like Bobby. That's why, even though he's a Niner fan, that's why I like Bobby.
Smart guy.
Jason Jones, we appreciate you, my brother. Thank you as always.
No problem, guys. Take care.
Take care.
All right,
man.
it's Jason Jones. We didn't even get to talk to him about WrestleMania. It's a sad state of affairs.
Did he book it correctly again?
I think we all had fantasies about how the main event was going to play out, and they very much did not.
Well, we all agreed Roman was going to win, though.
Well, the Roman winning was the right call. I think we just saw more happening after. It was going to be like an Attitude Era WrestleMania with Triple H, The Undertaker, and Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock coming out. Schefter signed a new deal with ESPN.
Oh, good for Schefter.
This is the first time I've seen the dollar figure attached to Schefter and Woj. First of all, who do you think makes more, Schefter or Woj?
Schefter.
$9 million per year.
$9 million per year to tweet.
Adrian makes $7 million.
Yeah. Now this is the new deal. So Woj was making more. Maybe.
Well, that's Woj's new deal. Woj signed a new deal too.
Oh, okay.
So I doubt Woj was making more. There was probably always that slight discrepancy. Schefter probably went in there. I need to be the highest paid insider here on ESPN. It's the tweet. He does do a lot of work though. Like he's on TV a lot. He's got a lot of hits he's got to do. But $9 million for Adam Schefter, $7 million for Adrian Wojnarowski, counting the deals for Joe Buck and Troy Aikman to call Monday Night Football. ESPN has just spent almost $250 million on those 4 media personalities.
Wow. Only $100 million more and they'll catch up with Odyssey.
Oh, hey. Well, I'm on the Woj side of that deal. I'm on the Woj side of the deal. Jesse is Joe Buck. Charlie is Troy Aikman. Kenny's Schefter leading the pack in here.
I'm still on the rookie pay scale. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Here I am with my pasta and my Brussels sprouts. We appreciate y'all so much for hanging out with us. Late season Drake bars tomorrow?
Maybe last season Drake bars. Like this may be the last one.
This may be it. RIP.
What you want me to do? If they beat the Suns on Sunday?
Drop Drake bars.
You're right. I will. I'm always
gonna kill the bit. Like, no, you could have season ending. Okay, let's ride it out. We'll be here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
That is a wrap. You're here tomorrow, right? You're gone Thursday, Friday, Monday. Okay. And where are you going again? Oh man. About to turn up.
Our guy Cutting Pete. Cutting Pete, bro.
Cutting Pete.
You're our guy. We don't discount how hard golf is. That's not the issue. Just don't want to watch it.
Yeah, what is
I even like playing it. Like I haven't played on a real course, but my golf game on the Oculus, love it. Love it. 18 holes whenever I get a chance. I ain't watching. I'm watching the Recycle Management Open. I don't care.
But you can charge higher ad rates for golf because the people who watch golf generally make a little more money. So
I'm pulling a Damien, and WWE Network is on right now, and it's Taker versus Edge at whatever WrestleMania this was. I think it was in Miami.
mm-hmm.
And the poor ref who had to run 5 miles.
Oh my God. I remember that. That was comedy.
He almost did it.
Oh, that was Charles Robinson.
Yeah. Man, I had seen that highlight before, like a couple days ago. But I didn't know what WrestleMania was from. Man, he ran a long time. That's right.
I'm sorry. I love you.
Stay down.
I might watch some Abbott Elementary before the game starts. That's a nice little.
Anybody going tonight? I'll be there one more time tonight to say so long. See you next season.
Yeah, I ain't doing it. Not driving back out there. Oh man, let's get these timestamps in here. Zagaboo? Can y'all hit the thumbs up if you have not yet? If you have not hit the thumbs up, please hit the thumbs up now. Press 1. Now I want some popcorn. Damn shame.
Good stuff.
All right. Is this popcorn like you in the microwave, or is it like popcorn out of that, like it's already popped and it's just in a bag?
No. Microwave.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know who does that. That's terrible.
The tin can and stuff like that, and Christmas.
That's no good.
It's all right. It's all right. No, we're not gonna do that. That popcorn. Oh, you only eat the popcorn in a bag. Oh my gosh. All right, settle down. I use a microwave like a civilized person.
Can't lie. Kind of want a popcorn maker. Or upstairs. Kind of want a popcorn maker.
Eat one up there.
Kind of want one.
That's the real deal up there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Cool little decoration. Okay. I think that requires like a whole setup. Yeah. You probably got to wire something through the house to make that work.
What's my favorite restaurant right now? I mean, I don't know.
Morton's.
Morton's is up there. Absolutely. Morton's is probably number one, but I don't go to Morton's like that. But I go like once a year. Might have to make it more though. Might have to make it more. But what do you consider a restaurant, Leezy, is what I'm saying.
Huh. That's an interesting question. Mm-hmm. Sucks to be you, pal.
Like, I don't know if this is meant to be a joke. Skips was bomb. Skips is bomb. I don't know where the other locations are. I just knew the one on Foreign Road, but Skips is lit. But I like fish, right? Like, so
Olivia Olivia just texted us. She said, "Casey, I saw that pic of you on Instagram and thought you were just signing the bill." That's why Stacy was smiling so big. It's on Kenny. Man, ain't no lie. Ain't no lie. Plus the cocktails and shit. Shoot, if I couldn't even really cocktail the right way because I had to drive home.
Man, at least,
yeah. Yes, indeed. All right, y'all. Kenny's making me hungry. He does this every day. I appreciate y'all. As always, hit the thumbs up before you go, and we will see you tomorrow.
D-Lo, KC, ESPN 1320, biggest boss. It's the hottest thing going down right now.